as we will commence shortly. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 3 and the final day of the Australian Maritime Domain's flagship event, Indo-Pacific 2025. Today's theme is Undersea Warfare and Australia's Strategic Geography. We'll formally commence proceedings in 2 minutes with the arrival of the Chief of Navy Australia, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, and this morning's keynote speaker, Mr. Mike Carlton. Before we get started, we'll highlight some housekeeping matters to ensure a safe and successful conference. In the event of an emergency, please make your way to the exits and follow the directions of the International Convention Centre staff. Please ensure your phones are on silent to reduce disruption to the program and the people around you. Please note this session and all the panels today are being live streamed via the Navy YouTube site, and this link is available on the Indo-Pacific application and website. Good morning and welcome to the Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference 2025 and what is undoubtedly about to be the best day of the conference because it's Undersea Warfare Day. This morning's guest has made an outstanding contribution to our Navy through the art of storytelling, one of Australia's most recognised media personalities. More than 50 years as a news and current affairs reporter on television, radio, as a foreign correspondent, radio host and newspaper columnist. He was a war correspondent for our national broadcaster during the Vietnam War. He was ABC's bureau chief in Jakarta and reported from London, New York, and across Asia. He is also a prolific author who over the past 15 years has turned his lifelong passion for naval history into 5 outstanding books about the Royal Australian Navy, our warships, and our people at war. His first book, Cruiser, tells the story of HMAS Perth I, the courage of her crew, and the loss of the Australian warship during World War II. Then his second book, First Victory, tells the story of our Navy's first victory at sea, the perilous first months of World War I and the bloody sea battle between HMAS Sydney and the German raider Emden. His next book was Flagship, about the heavy cruiser HMAS Australia II, her battles at sea, daring adventures of her crew, and how she survived more kamikaze attacks than more than any other Allied ships in World War II. The Scrap Iron Flotilla, my favourite, about 5 valiant World War I era destroyers that served through World War II and made a significant contribution to the Allied victory at sea. These 4 books beautifully capture our identity as a Navy. Their words paint a vivid picture of life at sea. They invite the reader to experience the character of our sailors and appreciate the nature of their service in the most unforgiving and most inhospitable background, the cruel sea. It won't surprise you that the Chief of Navy's favourite book is Mike's latest one, Dive, Australian Submariners at War. It's an outstanding account of one of the least known, most extraordinary stories of our Navy's success at sea. It is the story of Australia's first submariners and of their courage and ingenuity that led to HMAS AE2 becoming the first Allied vessel in 830 years to penetrate the Dardanelles Strait into the Sea of Marmara at the start of the Gallipoli campaign. We are delighted to be joined by someone who has done more than most to tell our Navy stories and invite new audiences to be inspired by the courage of our people. He has graciously agreed to tell us about researching and writing Dive, one of the most important works ever written about our Navy's history under the surface. Mike, a very warm welcome to the Indo-Pacific 2025 conference, and I invite you to address the conference.
Thanks very much for that overwhelming introduction, and thanks for coming. It's a great pleasure to be here today. Although it is a bit daunting as a civilian amateur in front of all you salty professionals, and online as well. But I have been to sea in a submarine once, one of our Collins boats, and I have to say, in all honesty, it was a bit underwhelming, not very impressive. Because I'd seen all the movies, you see. I'd seen dust boats, so I knew what to expect when we dived. So, everything, panic, and clear the bridge, and everyone running around and shouting, and half a ton of water sloshing down through the hatch before they shut it. Boat angling down at 45 degrees, and then the young bloke rushes up and says, "Let me out, let me out." And there was none of that at all. Almost complete silence. It was as quiet as a cathedral. And a gentle glide downwards. It's more exciting going down the elevators at Wynyard Station. So it was very disappointing. I said to the captain, "Do you ever have one of those crash dives that you see in the movies?" He said, "I hope not," he said, "because if it gets that bad, we're already dead." Fair point, I thought. But I did write this book about submarines, and it was actually at the suggestion of the Chief of Navy. It was his idea. We talked about it over coffee. So I went away and had a poke around online, just scratching the surface to see what was there, because I knew nothing about submarines, nothing. I was at first intrigued and then excited, more and more by what I found. The Royal Australian Navy Submarine Service has a rich and vibrant past with a goldmine, a treasure trove of stories there just waiting to be told. It was a bit confronting at first. After 4 books of naval history, I figured I had the surface Navy pretty well worked out, how ships and sailors behaved, how they went about the job. But I very quickly found out that submarines are very, very different. The men first, and they were, well, now men and women, of course, but they were all men then. And I learned that it does take a special kind of sailor to turn away from a career in the surface fleet, all that fresh air and sunshine, to follow a life beneath the sea where you will spend weeks, even months on end, living and working, eating and sleeping in a metal cigar, lit by electric light, breathing recirculated air, cheek by jowl with another 50 or so people who you get to know very, very well. It's a unique existence and not for everybody. And I know damn well I couldn't do it. And I learned very early on too that the job has great hazards, great dangers if it all goes wrong, for whatever reason. And every submarine sailor is aware of that, if only in the back of his or her mind. Even after a century and more of submarines, the possibility of disaster, of death, is never all that far away. It is that serious. And it is a melancholy fact that a lot of Australian submariners have died in the line of duty, mostly in war, but in peacetime as well. Our first submarines were British E-class boats, named AE1 and AE2, the A standing for Australia. 55 metres long, 750 tonnes on the surface, 2 8-cylinder diesel engines for 1,600 horsepower, not much by today's standards. 15 knots on the surface at best, and they claimed 10 knots submerged, but that might have lasted for about 10 minutes until the battery started to grind away a bit. Crew of 35. They had only 2 officers at first, which made watchkeeping a bit difficult, but eventually they gave them a third one. Torpedo tubes, there were 4 of them, 1 at the bow, 1 at the stern, and 1 each amidships, port and starboard, which was quite odd. No deck gun, though, nothing on top, which was curious because they should have had one, and it was probably a fatal omission, as we shall learn. And you look at the plans today and you think, God, how primitive. They appear almost quaint, like a T-model Ford. But they were, in fact, AE1 and AE2 were, in fact, at the spear point of a headlong rush of progress, state of the art. The electrically raised periscope had come into service only in 1909, before they had to hand crank them. Rudolf Diesel had run his very first experimental diesel engine only a few years before. And yet here they were powering warships, or warboats, call them what you will, just into a war. The diesel engine had come out had been trialled only in 1897. 17 years later, there they were. Oddly, it was a political decision to buy 2 of these boats. The then Chief of Navy, he wasn't called that, that's what he was, Rear Admiral Creswell, didn't want submarines. He wanted cruisers, destroyers, and coastal torpedo boats. But the Prime Minister of the day, Alfred Deakin, had been looked after by the British on a visit to Portsmouth, and they sold them to him. He saw some submarines and liked them, decided to buy them. Poor old Admiral Creswell was furious, not least because he learned about the decision in the Melbourne Age newspaper. This is the interesting stuff you find when you do your research for a book. He read it in the Age that morning, that the Prime Minister will announce this afternoon in Parliament, blah, blah. So he fired off a starchy letter to the Prime Minister saying that submarines would be, quotes, useless for Australia, unsuitable in our weather and sea conditions, and would in no way, and I'm quoting here, would in no way contribute to our naval development, unquote. But we got them. They came out together in 1914, half under their own power, half towed by a variety of escorting cruisers. The planes were removed to make them more seaworthy. They were both nearly lost in the Lombok Strait off Java when first AE1 steering jammed and went that way. Then the towing cruiser, which was HMAS Sydney, her steering also jammed, and she suddenly reversed course and came straight at the submarines. It was chaos. And AE1 came within a metre of colliding with AE2, but they made it. And they arrived in Sydney on Saturday, May 23, 1914, to a tremendous welcome on the harbour. One thing you quickly learn when writing naval history is that the ships, or the boats, are indeed just empty vessels, just so much steel. It is the crews that infuse them with life, with purpose, and with individual character. It is the entire ship's company that makes a ship. And that's from the captain to the most junior sailor, and the youngest midshipman. And it is discovering and getting to know these men that is the most stimulating, the most challenging, and the most rewarding part of researching and writing. Both commanding officers of AE1, AE2 were Royal Navy officers. The Australian Navy no Australian had the experience to command a submarine. AE1's captain was the senior of the two, Lieutenant Commander Tom Besant, 31 years old, and history usually describes him as the son of a naval storekeeper of humble origins. But again, when you dig deeper and you start to wind your way through the back blocks, you find that his father was actually much more superior being altogether. He was the dockyard superintendent at Hong Kong and the RN base at Chatham in the UK. Positions of great power and influence, because you knew all the captains, you knew all the admirals, and they had to be polite to you if they wanted their stores and spares on time. So young Tom grew up around the Navy and had connections. And a list of his personal belongings made after his death gives you an idea of the man. And I happened on this just by chance. I found it deep down in, I can't even remember where, some file, list of personal effects of Lieutenant Commander Besant, which had been kept on board a tender ship. I can't remember the name of the tender ship either, but they'd been stored for him. You couldn't take everything to sea in a submarine, obviously. This is what he had: Shakespeare's plays, the works of Voltaire and Rabelais in French. He had books on chess, on engines, and on public speaking. He had a camera, tennis rackets, riding jodhpurs, and a fishing net, a chess set, a typewriter, a small collection of silver cigarette cases and boxes, Masonic regalia, and a silver watch and chain. It is the picture of an intelligent, well-educated, and active young officer, which indeed he was. And those effects were eventually forwarded to his father back in London. Sadly, he left no diary or memoir. The CEO of AE2 was a very different bloke indeed. Harry Stoker, also a lieutenant commander. He was an Irishman. Full name, Henry Hugh Gordon Dacre Stoker, born in Dublin in 1885. And he was just a dazzling character who left a sparkling, fascinating memoir called Straws in the Wind. And if you're in submarines or thinking of submarines, you should read it. Or if you're in the Navy, you should read it. It's just a great story. And when you write history like this, you get to know your characters pretty well, I think. And I came to like Harry Stoker a lot. And I'd love to have met him, and I think you would too. He's a good-looking fellow. He was dashing. He was debonair. He was an accomplished sportsman at cricket, tennis, and polo. And he was a playboy. He called himself a, quotes, philanderer, which indeed he was. And he radiated charm and vitality and what appears to have been a magnetic attraction for women. In the foreword to his memoir, he wrote, and I'll quote him here exactly, because it gives you an idea of the bloke. With indulgent smile and jest on lip, I like to wave an airy hand and murmur, look at it all, what funny little things we are. How seriously we take ourselves. We live, we laugh, we love, we weep, we war, we waste away oh so seriously, as if the world hinged on our petty doings. We strut with such an air of importance around our tiny spinning ball, a speck in the inscrutable, unfathomable depths of the universe. He wrote it, that's good. Harry enjoyed life a lot. He doesn't say it, but reading between the lines of his memoirs, you get the hint that he played around a bit. His wife was away, all that stuff. He was away, as I'm told some sailors occasionally might. And his first submarine command was based in Gibraltar, pre-1914. He was a lieutenant. And here's his description of a Sunday at leisure there in Malta, which again gives you an idea of the man, and indeed the time and the era. I well remember an evening on the North Front racecourse when a Navy and Army cricket match was in progress. I had collected some runs and was having a late tea at peace with the world. A band was playing. The governor and the beauteous ladies of the garrison were making a social function of the occasion. The sun was sinking in the west, but a nearly full moon had already risen in the east. A football match was being played on an adjacent ground, some polo ponies were exercising, and a couple of racehorses were doing gallops around the track. I noted it all. And as a last touch, hounds came into sight, returning to kennels after exercise. Sun and moon, cricket and football, horses and hounds, bands and beautiful women, all at the same moment. What more can anyone ask? That's a fair question. He came out to Australia because there was a chance of playing polo. There was an ad going around. Someone had sent out a signal saying, wanted commanding officers for 2 Australian submarines. He thought, oh, good, I can go out to Australia and play polo. And so he got the job. He did it pretty well, too. Our first loss, and still our greatest submarine loss, though, was in just the opening weeks of the First World War. It was AE1, and she was part of an Australian squadron sent to chase the Germans out of their colonies in New Guinea in the opening weeks of the war. Most Australians don't realise how many Germans there were up there in 1914. They had Eastern New Guinea, they had Nauru, they had the Northern Solomon Islands, they had a bit of Samoa. There was a lot of them, and they were posing a serious threat. So AE1 and was part of a surface squadron, or an Australian squadron, sent up there to chase them away. She simply vanished while on patrol near the Duke of York Islands, what was then German New Guinea, now Eastern Papua New Guinea, on the 14th of September 1914. The war was just 6 weeks old. All on board perished with her, 34 officers and men, went to the bottom, the life crushed out of them as the boat imploded. A terrifying death, though mercifully quick. And there they remain in the beautiful words of the naval ode. They have no grave but the cruel sea. No flowers lay at their head. A resting hulk is their tombstone, a fast on the ocean bed. They were not forgotten, but despite dozens of attempts over the years, they were not found for more than a century, until December 2017, after a very high-tech sonar search. AE1 lies at a depth of some 300 metres in a location kept secret to deter scavengers. A careful inspection showed that she must have dived, but that a hatch had been left open just aft of the conning tower, either by accident or more likely by some mechanical failure, allowing the sea to flood in and sending her plunging to her death. Why she dived is a mystery. There was no evident reason for it. She was at the end of the patrol, heading home in the sunset. Now, it's possible, and it's a theory, that she sighted a local German colonial steam yacht that hadn't been rounded up, and that was known to have a forward deck gun. Now, without her own deck gun, AE1 could not reply if she was shot at. All she could do was dive and attack from there. But that is just supposition. But she is, however, astonishingly well preserved and, of course, a war grave. And the positions of her hydroplanes show very clearly that Tom Besant had been desperately trying to bring her back to the surface. But on one engine, the other engine was faulty and had failed. So the odds are against him, and obviously it was to no avail. There she lies. Her sister, AE2, was also lost in the First War. And her story is truly historic, a magnificent saga, and I love exploring it and writing it, and there's a lot of meat there to dig into. Exercising his formidable Irish charm, Harry Stoker, the captain, talked his way into a personal meeting with the Australian Defence Minister. This was after the loss of AE1. He flew down to Melbourne and met him behind the chair in the Senate, and convinced him that with the Germans out of New Guinea, there was nothing much left to do for a submarine here, that AE1 should return to join the war in the Northern Hemisphere. And so it was that he and his boat became a crucial cog in the great machine of the ill-fated Gallipoli campaign of 1915. They arrived at the Royal Navy's forward base in the island of Tenedos off the Dardanelles, eastern Mediterranean, that February. And the campaign was not going well. Overconfidence, bordering on arrogance, had convinced everybody that British and French battleships lying just offshore would hammer the Turkish army onshore to a quick defeat, done and dusted in a day or two, the might of the Royal Navy. The reverse happened. In just one disastrous day, Thursday, March 18, 1 French and 2 British battleships were sunk by mines and or gunfire from the forts in the Dardanelles Strait. And 3 other battleships were badly damaged. It was carnage, and the Navy beat a hasty retreat. Yet the pressure was still on to force the Dardanelles, force up north to break into the Sea of Marmara to attack Turkish shipping supplying the army on the Gallipoli Peninsula. Perhaps, they thought, it might be done by submarine. And Harry Stoker volunteered to give it a try. He was the only captain who did. And his orders were simple. He was to, quote, run amok, unquote. After a false start, he took AE2 into the Dardanelles Strait on the morning of Anzac Day, the 25th of April, 1915, just after midnight, before the troop landings began. And you know, in this country, we've been conditioned, we've been taught to think of Gallipoli solely as an affair of sun-bronzed Anzac diggers, all khaki and slouch hats, but it was, in fact, the Navy, the RAN, not the Army, that was first to the fight in the person and the presence of AE2. It was incredibly dangerous. The Dardanelles is a dogleg, 60 kilometres long. It doglegs, goes northwest first and then switches around northeast. At its best, it's 100 metres deep. At its worst, maybe 45, and then it shoals on shore. The widest part is 7 kilometres. The narrowest is just over 1 kilometre. There is a 4 or 5 knot current sweeping south, which AE2 had to contend with. And you think of it, Stoker had no navigation aids. Navigating that strait, even on the surface, would be a challenge today for a navigator. You'd have to have your wits about you. He had no radar, no sounder, no depth sound, and he had to do it submerged without any of the fancy stuff. He had to thread his way up the strait, below the surface, largely by guesswork, dead reckoning, past Turkish forts bristling with guns on either shore, guns and searchlights. And he had to go through minefields, 4 separate minefields in the strait, the mines just below the surface. And as they progressed, creeping along at about 2 or 3 knots perhaps, they could hear the mooring wires of the mines scraping along the pressure hull. One false or unlucky move, one wire getting snagged on the hull somehow, could have brought a mine down on them and blown AE2 sky high. At one point, they ran aground beneath the guns of a Turkish fort, which fired on him, but the guns couldn't depress low enough to get him, so he escaped that one. And he made it into the Sea of Marmara. That night, Stoker surfaced and he sent a wireless message back to the Admiral saying he'd made it, a feat nobody had thought possible. This was a crucial, a pivotal moment in the whole campaign. The landing of the Australian New Zealand Army Corps that day had been a disaster. They'd gone ashore in the wrong place. It was so bad, so bloody, that the commanders ashore, the couple of generals ashore, were recommending a retreat, that the troops be taken back off the beach and the invasion abandoned. That night, in the Admiral's cabin of the battleship Queen Elizabeth, his flagship, they wondered what on earth to do. The decision was up to the Army commander, General Sir Ian Hamilton. And he was contemplating this possibility of yet another awful failure when Harry Stoker's wireless message, his signal, was brought into the room. One of the senior naval officers there, Commodore Keyes, read it out and he exclaimed, "It's an omen. An Australian submarine has done the finest feat in submarine history and is going to torpedo all the ships bringing reinforcement supplies and ammunition into Gallipoli." And the mood in the room was electrified. The gloom vanished. Hamilton picked up his pen and he wrote an order for the Anzacs to stay and keep fighting, finishing with a PS that read, "You have got through the difficult business. Now you have only to dig, dig, dig until you are safe. Signed, Ian H." And that simple sentence was the origin of the nickname Digger, which the Australian soldier has proudly carried ever since. Harry Stoker and AE2 did indeed run amok as directed, fired torpedoes left, right and centre, didn't hit anything, but he scared the life out of them. And the odds were heavily against them. And after 5 days of this, They were hunted down by a Turkish gunboat, which pumped some shells into the submarine's pressure hull. And without her deck gun, again, she could not return the fire. She could no longer submerge, and so the job was done. She was forced to surrender. And Harry scuttled the submarine so the Turks would not get her. And then he and his men were taken on board the Turkish gunboat, and they spent the rest of the war in captivity. And their exploits and escapades as POWs are an extraordinary story too, and almost unknown in Australia. Not many Australian sailors have become prisoners of war. You generally go down with a ship. I can think of only two real instances, this case of AE2 and the cruiser Perth in the Second World War. It sunk off Java when hundreds of her crew were captured. And another bloke I came to like and admire from AE2 was John Wheat, Australian-born, a young able seaman from Woy Woy in north of Sydney. He was great. One of the traps of writing naval history is you get too many bloody officers. They tend to leave memoirs and thoughts and so on, and you don't get what was used to arrogantly be known as the lower deck. But it's important, in fact vital, essential, to have the stories of sailors, what their experiences were. And they often had a very different perspective to the officers, you may not be surprised to learn. And John Wheat was terrific. He was intelligent, he was articulate, he was observant. He was, I can't remember, he was either the coxswain or the bosun on the boat, but he kept a secret diary on board, and later in prison. And it's an absolute jewel, and it's now transcribed and preserved online in the New South Wales State Library. You can just read it there, and that's another thing I just found hunting around. Wow, gold. And John Wheat made 2 escape attempts from the prison camp in central Turkey. The first one hoping to reach, well, both of them in fact, hoping to reach the sea where he could perhaps get himself a boat or steal something or beg, buy or borrow something, build a raft and sail it to Cyprus was the plan. And away they went, over hills and down ranges and into valleys and through swamps. 2 of them, and he and a mate ran out of food after 19 days on the run, and they gave it up, and they returned to camp to be punished with solitary confinement. And he tried again in 1917 with another 2 mates, another Navy and 1 soldier. And this time with a boat they'd secretly built from stolen timber and canvas. They'd sort of prefabbed it. And they carried the bits of this boat on their backs by night over 50 kilometres of rough ridges and valleys again, reaching the coast again, but once more to be beaten by days of torrential rain and hunger and an attack of malaria. This is young able seaman, all of his own initiative. He was fabulous. It was an ordeal of extraordinary courage. And happily, John Wheat survived the war, made it back to Australia in January 1919. He became a farmer, and he died in 1953 at the age of 60. But he must have been a magnificent man. Young able seaman did all that, incredible. And that's why I say that the sailor's story is often, is vital to the telling of history. Harry Stoker also survived the war. He was reasonably well treated in prison. And he made it back to London just after the armistice in November 1918, only to find that his wife had 3 children by 3 different men, which must have been a heavy blow when you come back straight from prisoner of war camp, and he does not mention this in his memoirs. He went back to the Navy for a while, but found it no longer had any attraction for him. It was just different, the post-war Navy, and you can see why. So he quit. And of all things, he became a successful actor and playwright in London's West End theatres and in the movies. He probably should have got a Victoria Cross. Other submariners who went up the Dardanelles after him surely did. And no luck there, he didn't. But with his usual impeccable timing, he died on his 81st birthday in 1966, leaving an immortal name in the Royal Australian Navy and its submarine service. AE2 was found on the bottom of the Sea of Marmara in 1998 by a combined Turkish and Australian expedition. And the Turkish accounts are worth reading too. The account of the sinking of AE2 has been written by the captain of the Turkish gunboat. And the Turks have got quite a fascination with AE2, even to this day. They thought of raising her as a museum piece, but thankfully that idea was abandoned, and she lies there still, the site surrounded by buoys to keep curious fishermen away. But these then are the origins of the Royal Australian Navy Submarine Service. You can say, yes, it didn't end well because both boats were lost, but they set a standard, an example. They raised a flag which has never been lowered, and they provided the foundations of a rich history steeped in fine traditions. And when the new AUKUS boats arrive, I think it would be very nice indeed if one of them were to be named HMAS Stoker. Thanks for listening. Thanks for coming today. Thanks for listening to me. I hope I didn't bore you to tears. It was a great pleasure and an honour indeed to be amongst you. Thank you very much. I'm not sure what happens now, but you, Cool.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Mike. That was absolutely fantastic, and you got such a great voice to listen to. It just reminds you listening to the audio books. I now invite the Chief of Navy of Australia, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, and our Senior Australian Submariner to join Mike on stage for a fireside chat. If you'd like to ask Mike a question, the Slido code on the QR code on the slide behind me is active. And so once we get those through into the system, I'll pose those to the Chief of Navy and to Mike to go through.
Thank you, Anthony. Good morning, everybody. And Mike, thank you for that dance down the line of, down the bearing of history.
It was your idea. He invited me to coffee at a little cafe just near the fleet base down there at Woolloomooloo. And he said, have you got any books in the mill? And I said, no, I haven't any ideas. And he said, well, what about submarines? So I blame him.
Well, it seemed to me that pretty logical that there was a massive national conversation around submarine capability, and still is. And you have illuminated the fabric of history that even our submarine force was largely unaware of. Not just the AE1, AE2, but the Australians who served in midget submarines who were first in on D-Day, who did the reconnaissance missions before the landings, and were there sitting on the seabed, masts raised as navigation markers for the landings.
And these were midget submarines, which weren't about as long as a cricket pitch, if that. And one of them, the skipper was a Tasmanian. And they went in, 2 days before D-Day, because D-Day was postponed by a day for the weather. And they sat on the bottom, occasionally popping up to get a bit of air and a bit of a look around. And their job was to actually guide the invading force in. They had the Canadian beach. And at dawn on D-Day, they were to surface, wave a flag and say, that way, fellas. They took with them the biggest white ensign they could find. They were suitable for a battleship. They rigged up some sort of temporary mast on this little midget sub. And they surfaced, and to watch this extraordinary invasion, this armada of ships and soldiers coming at them. It must have been an extraordinary sight. And that was it, but they were there first at D-Day as well.
Mike, you mentioned that the Turkish Navy have given up on recovering the wreck. I was in Turkey for Anzac Day earlier this year, and the Turkish Chief of Navy is a student of history, and his recollection, or the way he describes the story of AE2, was the first foreign ship to penetrate the Dardanelles in more than 830 years.
Yeah.
An extraordinary achievement. They thought it was not possible. They were followed through by ultimately 26 successful transits of submarines of the passengers. More than 200 warships sunk. and that in their recollection, the decision to dig and stay on the peninsula gave Ataturk his moment, and they now credit the AE2, at least the current chief of the Turkish Navy does, with the formation of the great state of Turkey. In his words, if AE2 had not been successful, Ataturk would not have had his moment.
That's probably true, yeah.
I'm sure that there are others who might contest that version of history.
He's probably right, but I don't think that was the original idea.
It certainly was not. Look, I'm going to ask one warm-up question, then we're going to go to Q&A from the audience.
Yeah.
So, Mike, at what stage, if at all, did you realise how important this story would be to our submarine community, to the preservation of our legacy, and to everyone who has served our nation's submarine force over the past century?
Wow. One of the pleasures of writing this stuff is meeting you people. And I met a lot of terrific submariners. Again, officers, but also sailors. And I can't stress too much, it is so important to get the sailor's perspective, because it's often very different to the way officers look at things, as understandably and rightly it should be. They have a different perspective. But I met a lot of really terrific people who gave me a lot of help. There aren't any. We didn't have submarines in the Second World War, but a lot of Australians served with the British on those midget subs and in larger conventional submarines as well. But there are still a lot of people around who served in the Oberon-class boats and who will talk a great deal about what they did, and you can't write a lot of what they did because it's still secret squirrel stuff now. But to get those stories is a tremendous privilege, and it's also a responsibility because you've got to get it right, particularly if you're writing about men who have died, either at sea, at war, or perhaps later. You owe it to them to be as honest and as factual as you can be, and that's the guiding principle of writing the whole book.
Thanks, Mike. Now, Anthony, I'll throw to you. I think you've got some questions.
Yeah, we've got a lot actually coming in. So the first one here is, Mike, you've written numerous books on Australian naval topics, so there are some distinct standouts in terms of people or stories within those books that are your key highlights.
Is there a person who stands out? Yeah, there is. Glad whoever asked that question, thank you. And he's a sailor. Able seaman Frank McGovern was a gunner on board HMAS Perth, the cruiser, sunk in the Sunda Strait in 1942, 1st of March 1942. He was a young kid from Sydney. He'd been in the Naval Reserve before the war, so he started the war as an AB. And he was a lovely young bloke. Came from a battling family in Paddington. You know, used to play cricket in the back streets of Paddington before it was all gentrified with Iron Lace and Malcolm Turnbull. And he was just a lovely, lovely bloke. He took his job very seriously. And when Perth was sunk by this overwhelming Japanese force, she went down in the Sunda Strait between Sumatra and Java, and he swam. Frank just swam, floated. And it was not easy because there's a huge current running south down the strait, but he kept himself alive. And he was eventually picked up by a Japanese destroyer. Cut a long story short, he ended up in the Changi prisoner of war camp, where they sent him off to the Burma-Siam Railway. And he survived 2 years in the hell of the Burma-Siam Railway. He got out of that, and then they packed him off to Japan to be a slave labourer in Japanese factories there near Tokyo. He was torpedoed again on the way to Japan, this time by the Americans. And he survived that. And he was picked up by a Japanese ship. They took him off to Tokyo, where he did work indeed as a slave labourer in one of the big factories near Tokyo. And he survived the American firebombing of Tokyo, which was extraordinary. With a badly injured leg, he could only limp. They put him in hospital, and a US Navy corpsman came along and said, "Mate, you better get out of here because the Japanese are actually taking and killing the prisoners to get their blood for transfusions." So Frank hobbled out on a crooked leg. He could barely walk, and he managed to march up and down in front of the Japanese officer, enough to get him out of the hospital. And he survived the war. And they picked him up and they put him on board a British carrier to bring him back, the aircraft carrier. And he marched up onto the bridge to the captain of the carrier. This is in Tokyo Bay, and they could see Australian ships there. I think Hobart was there, maybe Shropshire, a couple of others. And able Seaman McGovern, dressed in the sort of second-hand uniform, said to the captain, "I'd like to send a signal, sir." He said, "Oh," said the captain, "would you? What is it?" And he said, "To HMAS Hobart, from the men of HMAS Perth, we salute you." And the Australian ships, there's uproar. They manned the sides, they ran up flags, they tooted and whistled. And Frank McGovern survived the war, and I had the great, enormous privilege of meeting him. And he was the bravest, most straightforward, most honest man I've ever met, and a truly great Australian. So I hope that wasn't too long, but
No, it was fantastic.
He stands out.
The next one, Mike. The silent service is known as a very secretive service. How open were the submariners in sharing their stories when you interviewed them?
They were very open. They talked a lot. They liked talking about it. I met some great people there too. Again, not just officers. They gave me every possible help, steered me in the right direction. If I had a query, I got an instant answer. And you had to get the terminology right. And so I had half a dozen submariners I could call on and say, "Look, am I right about this? Is this wrong? Will you read this bit for me?" They were terrific. As we know, a lot of what the Oberons did, and indeed the Collins do, is still secret. And I couldn't write about. I wrote about some of it. I was able to get away with some of it without sort of infringing too much, to give an idea of the sort of operations that our submarines do up in the South China Sea and elsewhere. I got a bit of that in, and I think the Australian public deserves to know that. They're paying for you. But I got a hell of a lot of help, and it was great, and particularly from the Chief of Navy too, who was good. In fact, he told me a couple of things I wasn't allowed to say.
Well, you asked me if you could say them, and I said no.
Yes.
And that is the nature of the service.
Yeah, and I don't resolve them, that's fine.
Yeah, I do thank you for threading that needle between telling our story, but also preserving a little bit of mystery.
Yeah.
For those who want to know the full story, we are recruiting. Join the submarine force, get your security clearance, and you can become part of this extraordinary community. Anthony.
Excellent. The next one is a lot of Australia's military history is focused on the Anzacs and what our army counterparts and colleagues have undertaken. Why do you think that's so, and less focus on naval history?
Well, there are a lot more soldiers for a start. I mean, we sent tens and tens of thousands of soldiers to war, not nearly as many people in the Navy. The First World War, there were 60,000 casualties. 60,000 Australians died from a total population of about 4 million. And most of them were soldiers. And the army fought many more battles in many more theatres of war, that's true. And so there has been this emphasis on army history, not so much on Air Force history. Air Force is very secretive, they're very hard to get anything out of the Air Force. But the Navy cherishes its history, and the Sea Power Centre in Canberra is fabulous. It's this absolute treasure trove of naval history, and they do everything they can to help you. I needed something from the Air Force the other day, and I got onto their PR people, and they treated me as if I was, I don't know, Mr. Putin. Or we can't tell you that, or we couldn't give you that. Well, could you tell me who I should ask? No. That was so I just gave up.
I'll have a chat to the Chief of Air Force, Mike, and we'll see if we can knock some of those doors down.
Okay. Yeah, next question.
While we're talking about aviators, there's a question you've spoken about, or you've written extensively about the surface fleet and the submarine community. Mm-hmm. Is there an opportunity to write a book about the history of the fleet air arm at all?
I've written it. Almost. I've got to do the final chapter. And that again, God, that was a learning curve. Because if I knew nothing about submarines, I knew even less about naval aviation. But God, there is a fabulous story there too. And it starts again with the First World War. And we didn't have a fleet air arm and barely had a navy in the First World War by today's standards. But Australians served with the Royal Naval Air Service, which flew in northern France and southern Belgium. And 4 of them became air aces, astonishing blokes, flying open cockpit aircraft as high as 12, even 15,000 feet, just clad in a leather jacket. They smeared their faces with whale grease to keep out the cold, and they'd circle no oxygen. Now, it's mandatory to have oxygen over 12,000 feet in an open cockpit airport these days. They didn't have it. They ran extraordinary risks, and they fought the Red Baron, the infamous Red Baron of Germany, over the fields of France. 2 of them were killed. I can't remember their victories. I think one of them shot down 35 of the enemy, and another one shot down 28. A magnificent story, and they laid the foundations for what would eventually become the Fleet Air Arm. The other fabulous story, Fleet Air Arm stories, are the pilots in Korea who flew off the carrier Sydney, had decks covered in ice and snow, and you can see the pictures, again, thanks to the Sea Power Centre, who's got them, of these propeller-driven aircraft bombing and strafing in North and South Korea. And they were flying on a wing and a prayer too. It was totally unknown territory to them. And they too performed extraordinary deeds. And a couple of those blokes are still alive, so they're great to talk to. And then it goes on. We go on with the establishment of the Fleet Air Arm and the Skyhawk era of jet aircraft on board Melbourne. And it's a fabulous story as well. And geez, pilots like to talk. If you think submariners like to talk, you ain't seen nothing until you've talked to pilots, I can tell you. But they're great, and I'm looking forward to that book coming out. I've just got to work out a final chapter, and then it's done.
All right, excellent. Jimmy, we're looking forward to that. The one piece around the technology and the emergence of technology, you spoke about how you're able to go back into the archives and draw on people's personal letters and journals. How do you, as a military historian, see the transition to electronic media and the like? How does that make it more difficult to try and thread together some people's stories and some of those more intimate details?
Great question. Because back in the day, people wrote memoirs. Enough people kept diaries on board ship. It was illegal to keep a diary on board a ship in wartime. The only people allowed to do it were midshipmen, for obvious reasons. They had to keep a journal. But often, and it was more sailors than officers. Officers tend to obey the law a bit. Sailors would get into their rack or their hammock at night and scribble away a diary. They would also write terrific letters home, which would eventually make it home, some of them. And those are an invaluable source. And a lot of those, the Navy Sea Power has a lot of that, the Maritime Museum, the War Memorial in Canberra has a whole stack of letters. And that is a treasure trove. When you're actually holding the letter that able seaman blogs, Petty Officer Jones, whoever, wrote home to his mum or his girlfriend, and you're actually holding the pages. It's just staggering stuff to do. But that's not going to happen anymore because we are now in the age of the text message and the email. And you don't get those long letters. You don't get those memoirs. I don't think anybody probably keeps a diary anymore. So that is going to make history much more difficult to get into. The personal, human side of history will make it difficult. Navy commanding officers used to have to write a report of proceedings every month, which was typed up. And it's also incredibly illuminating in what a ship was doing that past month. Some are better than others. Some CEOs would just write, weighed anchor 0800, sail 08, blah, etc. It's fairly dull. But some of the more exciting CEOs would write virtual novels in their reports of proceedings, and they're like gold as well. But I don't know what we're going to find in 10 or 20 years when letters are no longer existent and it's all done electronically. It's not going to be as much fun.
You touched on in your remarks about the lower deck, and then you spoke about sailors' experiences. How do you think we bring sailors' experiences, vice officer experiences, more to the fore and tell? Because there's some great stories out there, and how do you think we get those into the public arena more?
Modern stories? Don't know. I wish I could answer that question. The distinctions have been erased a hell of a lot. I mean, back in the day, they did talk about sailors, enlisted personnel, as the lower deck. and there was the upper deck or the wardroom. A lot of those distinctions have been erased, and often in the Australian Navy too, far more than, say, in the Royal Navy, where those distinctions of class and privilege still exist a bit. How you get the stories out there, I don't know, because there are all sorts of secrecy provisions still enforced, and that's fair enough too, that's okay. But it is important to get the stories of not just officers and admirals and captains, but of midshipmen and chief petty officers and so on. How that's done in this modern electronic age is yet to be seen. I don't know.
Okay. In terms of the books that you've written, or parts of books, one in particular, have you got one in mind that you think would make a great film? Hollywood picks up on a lot of the US stories and the like, and turns, you know, moments of their history into significant film pieces. Is there a particular book or a particular part of a book that you think is worthy of being turned into a film and could actually be quite successful?
I have to think about that. I would love to see a film of... I'll say that again. I would really like to see a film about Heck Waller, oddly enough, who was the commanding officer of the Scrap Iron Flotilla and did that job brilliantly. And then, of course, was the captain of Perth when she was sunk in 1942. He was a fascinating character, nothing special. His father was a grocer, a storekeeper in Benalla in Victoria. He was in the second intake of the Royal Naval, or Australian Naval College. And he was just an amazing bloke. There were two of them. They were contested a bit. Collins was ahead of him and ended up a captain of Sydney and ended up as a vice admiral and the first Australian-born chief of the Navy and so on. Waller probably would have made it too. But Collins was a stickler for perfection. It was always the crisply starched white uniform. Even at the height of battle, you know, he was being shot at by the Italians, he'd be there looking as if he was about to return out of Buckingham Palace. Heck would wander onto the bridge in a dirty old cardigan his mother had knitted and a pair of khaki shorts, and sometimes just a pair of sandals. His crews loved him. He was a man of extraordinary courage. He was a terrific seaman, although he almost flunked his first course when he was serving in a first command when he was serving with the British Navy. But he was a fabulous character, and his career in both the Scrap Iron Flotilla and in Perth would be a fabulous story to tell. Because he was also a good bloke, although he was a bit hard on his sub-lieutenants, I'm told. But he was probably, arguably, and it's arguably the finest all-round naval officer Australia has produced. And he should have got a Victoria Cross too.
Excellent. We'll pause there and I'm going to surprise you shortly because we're about to do something that we haven't briefed you on and that Mike's not aware of. So I'd invite your wife, Morag, and your son, Lachlan, to join us on stage, please.
Hey?
Yes.
You're right.
The Chief of Navy is about to recognise your achievements, Mike.
Good heavens. Wife and number 2 son.
Morag, Lachlan, welcome.
Hi, Morag.
Your achievements in the important work that you've done to capture our Navy's history. Mike, your books have not only brought the stories of our officers and sailors, our warships and our submarines to life for Australian readers, but also to readers across the world. It is our honour, on behalf of the Royal Australian Navy, to present you with a Navy Gold Commendation. It is uncommon to give a commendation to someone from outside defence, but your contribution has been exemplary, and this is most fitting, and I'll now pass to the Chief of Navy to read the commendation.
Mike, I commend you for your outstanding contribution to promoting and animating the history of the Royal Australian Navy. As the author of a series of books, you've highlighted the significant achievements and service of Australian warships, submarines and their ships companies throughout our Navy's proud history. Your determined efforts and devotion have raised greater public awareness of the Royal Australian Navy's service to our nation since 1901. Your detailed research has uncovered untold stories of our officers and sailors, bringing their histories to life and giving them a relatable human quality. Of note, the Scrap Iron Flotilla has reminded our Navy of the resilient character that has always epitomised the proud members of our fleet in peace and war, while DIVE, Australian Submariners at War, has brought national awareness to the story of Australia's first submarines and the remarkable feat of HMAS AE2 in penetrating the Dardanelles Strait at the start of the Gallipoli campaign. Your work has rightly positioned you as the unofficial historian of the Royal Australian Navy. Your professionalism and achievements are of the highest order and in the finest traditions of the Royal Australian Navy and the Australian Defence Force. Signed by me on the 22nd of October. Mate, thank you so much for your service.
Admiral, thank you so much. Thank you. To say this is unexpected is obviously, but I'm deeply, deeply moved. I can't tell you how deeply I am moved by this. I have enormous pride in the Australian. I almost bloody joined. I almost signed on and would have been 1963, class of 63 at Creswell.
Do you reckon we would have taken you?
No, I would have failed the mathematics exam. I could never do bloody trigonometry. I wouldn't have got through. And if I had got through, I would have been court-martialed in a couple of years. But it has been the honour of my life, really, the professional honour of my life to have met so many of you people and to have written so many of your stories. It's been an honour and a privilege, and to have this recommendation just caps it off, Mark. So thank you to you and to all of you in what I believe is the finest blue water navy in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come over here, please. We'll take all four of us, we'll take a photo here. Hey, Lachlan, why don't you come around on this side to balance it up a little bit? Yuri gives all the orders around here.
Okay. I thought you were at school. He's threatening to do a gap year next year, but I don't know.
I reckon we'd probably sign you up before we'd sign him up, Lachlan.
And then Taylor up there will take the picture.
Where's
Maura, why don't you hold that?
You want to hold that?
Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me again in thanking and congratulating Mike. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a surprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker for today, Mr. Tim Hodgson, the Deputy Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency. Tim is a retired senior officer of the Royal Navy, and in July 2021 was the Director Nuclear Technology for the UK Ministry of Defence and the lead for the AUKUS nuclear submarine program, and recently became the Deputy Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency. Tim, welcome to the Indo-Pacific 2025 conference, and I invite you to address the conference.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to be here addressing the conference on Undersea Warfare Day. It really is amazing to be at Indo-Pac, which is, without doubt, the preeminent maritime conference in our region. It's fitting to be here in Sydney alongside international partners and industry leaders, because together we're delivering one of the most ambitious and consequential undertakings in our nation's history. This is ASA's second appearance at Indo-Pac. Our first came just 6 months after the agency was established, and only 8 months after the release of the Optimal Pathway. We're now 2 years further down the track, and if there was any doubt then about the scale of this endeavour, there is none now. The Optimal Pathway was the product of 18 months of rigorous planning and collaboration. It laid out a clear, achievable roadmap to deliver a sovereign, conventionally armed, nuclear-powered submarine capability for Australia. And I'm very proud to say that we continue to deliver at pace and we remain on track. We are on track to being ready to commence Submarine Rotational Force West in Western Australia in 2027. We are on track to become sovereign ready and receive our first sovereign SSNs, the Virginia-class submarine, in the early 2030s. We are on track to commence building our SSN AUKUS submarines at Osborne Shipyard in South Australia by the end of the decade. And we are on track to deliver the infrastructure, industry, and workforce needed to support and sustain this capability, a capability that will strengthen our national security and regional stability for decades to come. Today, I will showcase the critical efforts underway to deliver on this ambitious program. I'll cover the three big challenges we often hear raised and share what work is underway to address them. We do not shy away from the risks and challenges that this significant national endeavour poses, but with the commitment, investment, and breadth of initiatives we have underway, we are confident in our ability as a nation and with our AUKUS partners to deliver. Firstly, I will touch on our practical cooperation with the submarine maintenance period underway right now at HMS Stirling. I'll then cover the workforce challenges and how we are working to build the workforce to enable this endeavour, and the industrial uplift needed and our partnership with industry to achieve our ambition. I will also share how we are becoming nuclear ready, our nuclear mindset to safely and securely steward this demanding technology. At times, we hear the critique that AUKUS is too far away, but let me assure you, it's already underway. Today, a US Virginia-class submarine, USS Vermont, is at HMS Stirling. Australian workers from both the Royal Australian Navy and the Australian Submarine Corporation are working towards completing a significant maintenance package with US workers from the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. This is only the second time maintenance has been conducted on a US submarine at HMS Stirling. It builds upon the historic maintenance package on the USS Hawaii just over 12 months ago. This visit, though, demonstrates the progress being made. There is a significant increase on work packs or tasks and greater complexities to the maintenance work. Importantly, this work is not supported by a tender ship transferring the support, maintenance infrastructure, facilities and tools to the Fleet Support Unit at HMS Stirling. Australia's sovereign submarine partner, ASC, is also playing a pivotal role in this visit, with an active role in supporting work streams. The increase in work complexity, ASC involvement, logistical and support requirements demonstrates Australia's growing capability and the confidence in this growth from AUKUS partners. The arrival of USS Vermont at Stirling last week shows again, if there was any doubt, how real AUKUS is. It also showed again how committed our AUKUS partners are. And we are now working towards a maintenance package on a UK Astute-class submarine during a visit to HMS Stirling in 2026. Through these US and UK submarine visits, we are learning and being tested in our ability to not just maintain, but to support nuclear-powered submarines at HMS Stirling. I cannot overstate how valuable this is for our workers to build our experience and test our systems and infrastructure with real SSNs at our base. Supporting these maintenance visits provides vital training and certification for Australian workers. The maintenance visits also serve as operational milestones in preparing Australia to host and maintain nuclear-powered submarines ahead of the commencement of Submarine Rotational Force West from 2027. And of course, safety and security are our highest priorities, and stewardship is also a large focus of these visits. And it's not just outside the submarine where Australians are applying this learning. The USS Vermont has 13 Royal Australian Navy personnel as part of its crew. That's 10% of the crew are Australian. I'll now move on to workforce. We estimate that we will require 20,000 jobs over the next 30 years. It is one of our biggest challenges, but there is a power of work to ensure we have the people ready with the right skills. Already we have over 170 Royal Australian Navy personnel who have undertaken US nuclear-powered submarine training. Around 65 of them have completed their training and are now building experience on US Navy SSNs. By 2030, we expect to have 400 Royal Australian Navy officers and sailors trained and ready to serve. There are around 170 ASC employees learning hands-on, day-to-day maintenance of Virginia-class submarines in Pearl Harbor. By the end of this year, the number of ASC workers training in Pearl Harbor will rise to approximately 200, and by the end of 2027, that will have increased to 300. By 2030, over 500 ASC workers will be trained to provide maintenance on Virginia-class submarines. Australian workers are gaining hands-on experience in nuclear-powered submarine maintenance and then are able to apply and have these skills tested further during the SSN visits. We are also developing the Skills and Training Academy, a cutting-edge dedicated initiative to deliver education and training for Australia's nuclear-powered submarine workforce and the broader naval shipbuilding and sustainment enterprise. This is designed to simulate a submarine construction yard with the Skills and Training Academy bringing the shipyard into the classroom, delivering both trade skills and classroom-based learning. We also have a comprehensive suite of workforce development initiatives underway, spanning the full pipeline from education and entry-level skilling to advanced training infrastructure and international collaboration. Thousands of Commonwealth-supported places have been provided to universities through the Nuclear-Powered Submarine Student Pathways Programme. 3,000 undergraduate scholarships for students studying STEM are soon to be available through the new Australian Submarine Scholarship Programme, Propel, alongside new postgraduate and industry-linked nuclear education offerings. Entry-level and trade pathways are expanding through programs such as the Defence Industry Pathways Programme and the Shipbuilding Employment Pathways Initiative, with targeted skilling in areas like welding, non-destructive testing, and STEM cadetships. Moving on to industry, there has been much said of the industrial capacity of all three nations to deliver AUKUS. We do acknowledge the industrial uplift needed and are working to invest in Australia's industrial base and with our partners to realise the AUKUS ambition. In Australia, we're investing $30 billion in our industrial base across infrastructure, workforce and supply chains. Industry is our critical partner to delivering this programme. The launch of the AUKUS submarine industry strategy in March 2025 is a critical step in laying down the government's approach to developing our industrial base. The strategy also outlines plans to increase investment attractiveness, simplify regulation, and integrate Australian defence industry into UK and US submarine supply chains. We are making strong inroads with supply chains with 6 contracts awarded by the ASA under our Defence Industry Vendor Qualification Programme, also known as DIVQ. This programme expands and accelerates the qualification of Australian products into US and UK submarine supply chains. Complementing DIVQ, in March 2025, the Deputy Prime Minister also announced awarding a contract to HII Australia for delivery of the Australian Submarine Supplier Qualification Pilot. On 17th of October, Minister Conroy announced an additional investment of $9.3 million, up to a total of $19 million to deliver additional work packages. Collaborating with HII Australia uniquely positions the ASA to support Australian suppliers to enter the supply chain for HII Newport News Shipbuilding, the US biggest shipbuilder. 8 businesses are already qualified through this pilot, and these businesses are now progressing towards full product qualification, which positions them to supply not only the US submarine fleet, but also aircraft carrier programs. We cannot do it alone. We are working with AUKUS partners to collectively uplift the industrial capacity of all three nations so that we can achieve the optimal pathway. This investment is mutually beneficial, and our AUKUS partners will leverage the existing strengths of Australian suppliers and boost submarine production capability in the UK and US industry. And all of this will enhance Australia's industrial transformation. And moving on to stewardship, we hear questions about our ability to manage this demanding technology, given we are the first state to do this without a civilian nuclear industry. But yet again, through a focused mindset and leveraging experience from our AUKUS partners, we are making great strides in developing our capacity to safely and securely steward this capability. Australia is unwavering in its commitment to safety and securely steward its nuclear-powered submarines through their entire life cycles. We use the phrase nuclear stewardship to describe the responsible planning, operation, application, and management of nuclear material, technology, and facilities. This is a broad wrapper focusing on safety, security, and safeguards. The latter is particularly important as Australia will be a non-nuclear weapon state with a naval nuclear propulsion capability, and therefore safeguarding will include the implementation of appropriate arrangements as agreed between Australia and the International Atomic Energy Agency. Australia will draw on the UK and US's decades of experience and world-leading expertise in delivering, operating, and maintaining nuclear-powered submarines. A critical component of this journey is cultivating a nuclear mindset, a culture of precision, excellence, and attention to detail, and an inherent curiosity. We've already begun operationalizing this mindset by selecting the top-performing personnel for nuclear training, working to ensure that legislation that brings the nuclear-powered submarine regulator into being is as robust and effective as possible, and upgrading security infrastructure at HMAS Stirling. We are also committed to radiation safety for our people and the public. All around Australia, in healthcare, veterinary, industrial, and mining sectors, workers use dosimeters to measure radiation doses. Australia is implementing similar practices as well as incorporating standards and practices from the UK and US nuclear submarine programs to ensure that workers in the nuclear-powered submarine program are monitored and their doses are maintained as low as reasonably achievable. For perspective, in 2023, the average annual dose for a US nuclear submariner was 0.05 millisieverts. Due to the 4 barriers to the release of radioactivity and comprehensive shielding when underwater, sailors receive about 1/30th of the radiation that would be received from the sun and other background sources when on the surface. Australia, with our AUKUS partners, will also be establishing or enhancing environmental monitoring programs at HMS Stirling, the Defence Precinct at Henderson, and at the Osborne Submarine Construction Yard. These programs will build on existing transparency and safety measures and leverage 70 years of UK and US experience. Finally, Australia will be responsible for the management, storage, and disposal of spent nuclear fuel and radioactive waste generated by its nuclear submarines. This includes low-level waste from routine operations, and in the future, high-level waste and spent fuel. Disposal will follow international best practices and legal obligations, with no intermediate level or high-level radioactive waste accepted from UK or US submarines. This is one of the biggest and most important endeavours Australia has ever undertaken. We keep hearing people question if AUKUS can be achieved. But as you have heard today, AUKUS is real and it is happening. We are on track delivering to the plan with our AUKUS partners. So much has been achieved since this conference in 2023, much of this on display right now at HMS Stirling. At this conference in 2027, Submarine Rotational Force West will have commenced, and there will be a US submarine rotating through HMS Stirling. This will further accelerate and boost our training and experience towards becoming sovereign ready to own our first Virginia-class submarine in the early 2030s. I would like to thank the organisers of this event, and I'm now happy to take questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a microphone here that we can take around if anyone has any particular questions they wish to ask. Otherwise, Tim will be participating in panel 2 between 11:15 and 1200, at which time we can take any questions then. Did anyone have any immediate questions they wish to ask now, or otherwise we'll reserve those until the panel? I think the panel is the best opportunity to do that, and we'll take the questions you've had online and we'll conclude those within the panel discussion, and that way we'll get a broader piece with the panel members as well. But ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Mr. Tim Hodgson, the Deputy Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency. Thanks, Tim. Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll pause for 10 minutes now, and then we'll commence the first panel of the day, which is Undersea Warfare and what it means for national security, present and future. So please be seated back in here by 10:28, please.
Making way
Day 3 of the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. For those wishing to ask questions, so that's those in the audience and also those online, there'll be a Slido code that appears on the slide behind me for those here in the theatre, and for those online, it's within the application. You can type your questions into there, and there'll be an opportunity for those questions to be asked as part of this panel and as each panel throughout the day. If you've got a general question, just put that in there and I'll direct it to the host of the panel and they'll guide the panel through asking it. Or if it's a specific question for a specific member, then just annotate that and we'll ask that to the individual. This morning's first panel will discuss undersea warfare and what it means for national security. The panel host is Rear Admiral Tom Phillips, the head of nuclear submarine capability, and he's joined by 3 submariners from Australia, the United Kingdom and the United States. They are Commodore Daniel Sutherland, who's the Commander Submarine Force of the Royal Australian Navy, Rear Admiral Christopher Kavanagh, who's the Commander Submarine Force US Pacific Fleet, and Commodore Marcus Rose, who's the Deputy Director, Underwater Battle Space. They'll join us on the stage shortly for a photograph and then we'll convene the panel. Excellent, thanks. Gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and Rear Admiral Phillips, I invite you to convene the panel.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Welcome everyone to this panel on undersea warfare. I'm delighted to be joined by my colleagues from Australia, UK and US, and not just colleagues, friends. We've worked together obviously with Dan right from the beginning, but with my other colleagues for many years now. Our trilateral relationship, especially in the submarine world, has been going, well, as long as I've been in the Navy, and it's a really close one. And obviously from that foundation, we've built into probably the next level, which is going through to the AUKUS and sharing of that technology. I thought, just before I hand over to my distinguished colleagues here for some opening remarks, that I'd reflect and maybe frame the panel a little bit on what we might think is undersea warfare. I would say that from my own experience and watching the Australian Navy's view of undersea warfare, it's evolved quite significantly and accelerated over the last few years. I would say earlier in my career, I probably had a fairly narrow view of what I thought undersea warfare was. I would have come at it from the view that it's either submarine warfare or it was anti-submarine warfare involving our ships and our aircraft. But some things have necessitated a broader view of that. One of them is as we've approached some capability projects that we've looked at to address some of the emerging threats in the region. And it's things like building on the concept of more wide area surveillance of our undersea systems, the concepts around seabed and sea column warfare, and then the integration of undersea warfare with C2 and support systems from our operational headquarters. And that is, those capabilities has coalesced and integrated a broader view of what undersea warfare is, of which submarines is one component of that. But it's not just an abstract component in the Australian context. During the last couple of days, there's been many panels, and my own Chief of Navy has explained this much more eloquently than I will do here, but there's a logic chain that really amplifies the importance of undersea warfare. And it starts obviously with that concept of us as a maritime nation, our complete reliance on that free and open Indo-Pacific and the trade and the communications that move through those sea lanes on our prosperity, our way of life and our freedoms. That is an emerging concept. We combine that with the strategic situation, which is threatening that. And I'd say it's not only Australia's prosperity that has relied on that free and open Indo-Pacific, but all our neighbours in that. It's good for all. And as the threats have amplified, it's then led to our national defence strategy, which sort of underpins that strategy of denial and deterrence. And when you start looking at what the implication is to undersea warfare, you can see that our national defence strategy would prioritise this from a few lenses, not least of which would be the deterrence lens. The other is just protecting the undersea infrastructure and those sea lanes of communications. And the other lens you could look at it through is our ability in a high-end conflict and what vectors of access we might have. And I would submit that the undersea access is probably the most prevailing for us with the technology increase in our region. So that's how I would sort of frame the conversation today. And I'm going to just pass over. I'm going to ask a few questions, then I'll hand over to Anthony for the questions online. The first thing I'll do is invite my panellists to make a few opening remarks, and then we'll get into my questions first. So I might start with Dan, if you'd like to go.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Look, for those who aren't aware who I am, Commodore Dan Sutherland, I've got the privilege and the honour of commanding Australia's submarine force. So I'll briefly talk about that since I have a captive audience and highlight to all of you that we right now are still operating the Collins-class conventionally powered submarine, which remains a world-class submarine capability. We've had a number of submarines on deployment this year. In fact, one is on deployment right now, and they are absolutely what we might describe and what my US colleagues certainly describe as apex predators in the undersea domain, and I'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. That said, as all of you will also be aware, we look forward to the introduction of the Submarine Rotational Force West in the next couple of years, who will work. That's where American and British submarines will work closely with our submarine force, with your submarine force, in ensuring the free and open Indo-Pacific that Admiral Phillips just spoke about. So that is an exciting development for us. I will talk also briefly and echo Admiral Phillips's comments about the changing nature of undersea warfare. As a young junior submarine officer, and Admiral Phillips was my first executive officer, so we do go back a way, but as a young junior officer, certainly I thought of undersea warfare as anti-submarine warfare in the same way. Submarines were, again, the apex predators, to use that term, of the undersea domain, but it was largely uncontested, aside from other submarines or other units that could deploy effects kind of into that domain, particularly anti-submarine warfare aircraft and so on, and to an extent surface ships. What we've seen recently is an increased contestation of that undersea environment in our region and indeed globally, but particularly relevantly for Australia within our region. The barriers to entry, submarines are expensive, complex systems, as you'll all appreciate, but now you don't need crewed submarines, which are very complex, very expensive things to operate. You can, and Ukraine has shown this in another domain, but you can use much cheaper uncrewed or autonomous systems to still deliver effects that are relevant, and particularly effects that can ultimately impact or influence the free movement of trade by sea, which therefore leads to prosperity, as you've just heard, and you've heard from Chief of Navy as well. So into that environment, there are a number of actors who might traditionally not have been able to play a role in it, who now can. And we are one of them, so you'll hear more in a little while, I think, about some of the exciting non-crewed submarines that we are going to be, or submarine vehicles that we are going to be bringing into service in the near future. But the last point I would make is that we are stronger together as maritime nations, and any single nation can do what it can do, but particularly for us as Australia, as a smaller nation, girt by sea, we are able to do much more and to have a greater effect, and to effectively to have a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts when we work with our allies and partners in the region. And nowhere is that as true as it is in the undersea domain.
Hey, Chris, I'll bring you here. It's been great working with you over these years, and Rick, your predecessor in that job. I remember when I was in the ComSub job that Rick would very generously call me his counterpart. And then I realised, I had 6 submarines. I think you've got 1,000 or something in the Pacific. So
Not quite.
I always felt very important when I was with you guys. But Chris, if you could pose your opening remarks to the panel.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you. Good morning. It's an absolute honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for all the work that went into this conference and this panel. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about undersea warfare, which I'm passionate about, with my very close friends and colleagues and our strongest of allies here on the stage. Before I give my perspective on the present and the future, I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't just briefly acknowledge the shared history that we have. Anytime I come to Australia, I think about submarine operations out of Fremantle, out of Brisbane, and the outsized impact those had on World War II. The heroes that operated those submarines continue to inspire all of us today, and they're really the legacy that we stand upon their shoulders. We've continued to work very closely together over the past 80 years, and I think you're going to hear very similar comments from all of us up here. I certainly fully agree with everything that's been said. We've collaborated over those last 80 years, and I just came from Sterling, where USS Vermont, as you've heard earlier today, is conducting a submarine maintenance period. It's just a manifestation of how far we've come in our collaboration and cooperation. With that, if you don't know me, my name's Admiral Chris Cavanaugh. I'm the Commander of Submarine Forces, U.S. Pacific Fleet. And as you've discussed, it's really much broader than submarines. Undersea warfare, it includes things like submarine tenders, uncrewed systems, and all of our anti-submarine warfare platforms, aircraft, surface ships, and submarines. And so I care deeply about all of that. My role is primarily in manning, training, and equipping undersea forces to send them forward to the operational commander, but I'm certainly happy to talk about operations as well. To the topic at hand, I've framed this in 3 parts, really, of what I think undersea forces and undersea warfare provides our collective national securities. The first is access to be where we need to be, and we do enjoy that right now. The second is domain awareness to maintain custody of other adversary undersea forces or potential adversary undersea forces. And then I'll talk briefly about emerging missions and how I see that. I'll attempt to keep these remarks short, but certainly can answer questions on any of those topics. So the first thing that undersea forces provide our nation is access. Submarines, as you said, are the apex predators of the joint force because we can be where we need to be and have an asymmetric advantage. Just put more directly, our stealth is better than any potential adversary sensors right now. And so we enjoy that access. From a warfighting function standpoint, that gives us the ability to move and maneuver in the battle space. So we can be there on station as first responders to rapidly transition from competition to crisis or conflict. And that really is something that then opens the door for the rest of the joint force to roll in. We don't need complex protection because of that stealth. And in the case particularly of nuclear-powered submarines, we have a long endurance without a lot of sustainment tail. We're really just limited by food, and so we can be on station, again, where the operational commander needs us, in position every day. Our ballistic missile submarines are the foundation of strategic deterrence, and our fast attack and guided missile submarines are the foundation of our conventional deterrence throughout the Indo-Pacific. All that said, there are some challenges. This access is not a given, that it's just our birthright in some way, and so we can't be complacent with that. We're competing every day, both operationally, but also with industry, with tactics, techniques, and procedures to maintain that access. And so as Dan said, the more we work together on that, the more we can compete effectively and, again, maintain that access. I'm also challenged by capacity. The Chinese Navy is bigger than the U.S. Navy. We don't have quite 1,000 submarines. That would be great. But that's where, again, working with allies and partners is really important. We also need to maximize what we call players on the field. So of our submarines, I'd like more of them to be operational. I think we've all dealt with, shipyard maintenance delays or things like that, overruns. And so that is definitely an area where I see AI, ML applications as we do inspections, as we become more efficient in getting, again, those submarines out to sea, as well as increasing our numbers with things like uncrewed systems. And then finally, we need to prioritize our operations because we need to keep this balance between force generation and force employment, or we will exhaust ourselves. And I think we all see that as well. Second thing that we give the nation is domain awareness. So as I said, we like to keep track of potential adversary submarines, particularly those that could pose a homeland defense threat or threat to our high-value units like carrier strike groups. This is really the complement to our access, is denying the adversary unfettered access of their own. And we have really the same challenges of a capacity challenge. And I think, again, that's addressed by us all working together operationally. Finally, just a few comments on emerging mission areas. So this is an exciting time. We're seeing this rapid growth of uncrewed systems, which opens the door to expand the reach of submarines, both into shallower areas and deeper areas. It allows us to hold potential adversary infrastructure at risk and to defend our own. And then because these systems are uncrewed, not only do we have tactical and operational advantages that come from that, but it changes the strategic calculus in some ways as decision makers think about the use of force. I see two challenges in this area. The first is our acquisition process, and I really compliment Australia in how you've developed uncrewed systems to, not being delayed by the acquisition processes that some of us have in place. It's different. Building a Columbia-class submarine is one thing, but Ghost Shark is a different thing, and you've treated those differently, and I really think we have some things to learn there. And the second challenge is to develop things in parallel. So as we're developing the system or the capability, we also need to be putting in place the training, the tactics, techniques, and procedures, the certification processes, and some of these are paired with manned or crewed submarines. So again, big challenge is to do all that in parallel that we're not used to doing. So in summary, I firmly believe the events of the Indo-Pacific are really going to define this next century, and the undersea domain is a critical part of that. And so we need to continue to work together to assure our access, to deny adversaries that same access, and to move quickly and collaboratively on these new capabilities. So thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Hey, Marcus, great to have you out here. We've worked together for quite a few years now, including Andy Perks before you. And I think part of that evolving idea in Australia about the fuller spectrum of undersea warfare has been informed by our friendship with the UK and the work we've done, especially around Pillar 2 in the undersea warfare space. So, Marcus, I'd like to introduce you for your opening remarks. Thanks.
Great, sir, thank you very much, and good morning to everybody in the audience. Commodore Marcus Rose, so I'm the resource or capability sponsor in the UK for our future undersea capabilities, but also have the pleasure of working with allies on the stage here as the AUKUS Pillar 2 undersea warfare one-star lead for the UK. I'd just like to reiterate the thanks to our host this week at Indo-Pac and for setting up the panel this morning. Look forward to the questions that will follow. The beauty of going last is a lot of the kind of key points have been covered. So what I'm going to do is just give a bit of a UK lens to some of the points that have been discussed already. Talk a little bit about our view on what we need to do differently into the future, the challenges that might come with that, and then I'll just conclude with a couple of points to hopefully set us up for Q&A. So look, I think whilst the focus this week is clearly on Indo-Pac, The geography of the UK definitely gives us a sort of North Atlantic lens and bias to some of the capabilities that we look at. Those of you that have heard our First Sea Lord speak recently will have certainly got his message about our acceleration and transition now to be ready to warfight by 2029. But I think from an undersea perspective, the subtle difference is that a lot of the capabilities that we talk about and employ are actually in use already, and it's not about being ready for warfighting, it's about being ready to, or consistently addressing a threat that is active today. Now, some of the capabilities we'll talk about are common to all around sort of CUI protection, and that's one of the big priorities that's come out of our recent strategic defence review, and something that we are looking at how we increase our capabilities to support moving forward. But we clearly have a CASD focus as well as we protect that capability in the North Atlantic. So I think one of the biggest challenges we've had, which is similar to some of the points that have been made already, all of our future force mix and force design work tells us we need a force of a certain size. And the money and the crew to meet that demand is a challenge for us all. So that drives a different way of thinking, or must drive a different way of thinking as we move forward. Firstly, we must work as closely as we can with our allies across NATO from a UK perspective, AUKUS, and with our broader Five Eyes partners to absolutely get the maximum out of our collective capabilities. But also we must absolutely harness the advanced capabilities that are maturing every day that allow us to maximize the capability output from what we have today. And so the use of autonomy and increased artificial intelligence for the UK is absolutely key. I would say, though, that that's absolutely in a hybrid Navy approach. None of those things are replacement for those high-end crewed platforms that remain essential. It's absolutely about a hybrid Navy and how do we make those capabilities interchangeable nationally and then interoperable internationally. Look, from a UK perspective, we've started this journey. The Undersea remains the last stealth domain. We're moving out on some advanced capabilities around mine hunting capabilities, where we're teaming uncrewed surface vessels and underwater vessels, albeit in a fairly tactical level. We're moving out on the hybrid Navy ambition as well. Our First Sea Lord has set a demanding headmark of having big, large USVs operating alongside our uncrewed ASW platforms within 2 years. And we're moving out in the short term on a program called Atlantic Net, which maybe we'll cover a little bit more in Q&A. But that really is an accelerant for us in the UK to start bringing some of these capabilities to life, trialling them in a different way to that we bring some of the high-end crew platforms online, which requires a much bigger, longer-term commitment. I think one of the changes we must make moving forward is with some of these advanced capabilities, we can take much more risk in a much shorter space of time, both financially and from a capability perspective, and fail fast, to use a well-coined phrase. Look, a couple of the challenges that I think we face moving this forward. I've talked a little bit about the resource, but I think it's not about the technology. A lot of the technology exists today, and industry partners will tell us that a lot of this is achievable, and we would agree with them. I think it's more about some of those enabling wraparound people and sort of process pieces. So those are the things that we need to get after quickly to maximise the use of these future capabilities as they come online. So look, in concluding, as we go into questions, from a UK perspective, undersea remains a priority domain for us, and advantage in that domain is absolutely key, both to our security and to our daily life. I think we have some real exciting momentum on our employment of some of these advanced capabilities, and we look forward to working with our allies as we move out on those over the coming years.
Yeah, thanks very much, Marcus. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for those points. What I'd like to do now is open up with a few questions from me, and then we'll go to Q&A as the time permits. There, Anthony, you'll let me know. Yeah. What I'd like to do is, this will obviously be more free-flowing and possibly more interesting than opening remarks, hopefully. Dan, I'm going to start with you. This is a slightly adjacent question, but important. One of the real challenges in the Australian context we're going to have is the workforce. The vast bulk of the undersea workforce, of course, is submariners. If I asked you to reflect on why you started your reflections with all your experience now in operations and what you've done in that lens, but also what it means to the nation to do that, and maybe just reflect that message as we try and grow this workforce and what it might mean to others who want to start that today. And then I might draw you back into the undersea warfare space after that.
Yeah, thanks, sir. You'll have to draw me because obviously I love talking about submarines. But I guess from a very personal perspective, I joined submarines because I thought they were cool. So they were and are extremely complex, like I said before, bits of technology that are capable of delivering amazing effects. But I also was drawn to the small elite teams, highly trained teams, who were very focused on getting a job done that was a difficult, challenging job. So all of that appealed to me, and I wanted to do something that I couldn't do anywhere else. So, you know, and I guess my first XO was obviously set the scene pretty well, inspiring. So, so that was the start of a career that's enabled me to do a whole bunch of really interesting stuff, most of which I can't talk about, which is also part of the mystique, as the Chief talked about earlier, the mystery. And I guess it still has appeal, because my son, who is 12, told me last week that he wants to be an electronics technician submariner.
Brilliant.
And although I was appalled that he wanted to be a TECO and not a warfare officer, at least it was a submariner, so I was happy with that. Yeah. In the broader sense, though, in terms of what that sort of means for the nation, and we've already sort of talked about this and teased it out on the panel, the delivery of asymmetric effects that can't be delivered by other assets in the ADF in our case, but you know, and across our allies and partners as well. I think that's really what that is. It's a relatively small number of specialised people working together to do whatever government of the day requires us to do, but they're things that we can't get another way, and the stealth is obviously a key enabler to that.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Dan. Look, bringing you back more onto the topic of undersea warfare, we talked about that emergence from that narrower view to this more fuller spectrum undersea warfare and providing effects to the warfighter more broadly. That narrow view, while that was happening, other specific undersea warfare things were happening all the time in our hydrography space, geospatial, you know, mine warfare, our clearance divers. These were all other undersea effects, and they coalesce now. I'm interested to see your thoughts on how our fleet is moving from that view into a fuller undersea warfare effects type view.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I sort of hinted at earlier is, in the near future, autonomous undersea vehicles and surface or uncrewed surface vehicles will come under my command as the Submarine Force Commander. So the Ghost Shark XL UUV, the Speartooth LUUV, and the Blue Bottle USV. So these are newer capabilities which really have something to bring to the undersea domain fight. And even the Blue Bottles, yes, they're surface, but if you put towed arrays and other things, sonar on those, then they become an undersea domain effector. The workforce itself, you mentioned, sir, and we've seen, like you say, a sort of a coalescing and a pivot with a focusing, if I guess I can put it that way, on geospatial warfare and undersea warfare within our Navy, which has kind of been an evolution, I guess, from the traditional constructs we had of hydrography and those other work areas that you spoke about. And so these sailors and officers, men and women, who are highly technically skilled, are now turning their minds, their training and their efforts to kind of animating these capabilities, which you don't need 60 people like you would in a Collins-class submarine crew, or 130 odd like you would for a Virginia-class. You need far less than that to have a greater effect. In terms of the broader fleet, what we're now having to do is grip up how we use those capabilities in parallel with our crewed capabilities and indeed with our surface capabilities, with maritime air capabilities that both we in the Navy and the Air Force in the Australian context employ to ensure that we can, because obviously great distances are involved when we're talking about the undersea fight in an Australian context. And Admiral Kavanagh, talked about the quantity of other navies, and we just can't match that. So what do? We have to be innovative, we have to be agile, and we have to be able to, as a fleet, force generate for employment by our operational commands, a maritime force that is more eclectic than what we've traditionally had, so that we can achieve those best effects.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Chris, I might turn to you now. You also have obviously had a long history with submarines, submarine service. You would have seen over your career the technology, many technology changes as you've gone through. And what my question is, particularly in the uncrewed space, but other technologies as well, how do you see that being integrated with the traditional role of the submarine, and maybe reflecting on how that might change the balance of power in the region?
Okay, hey, thank you. So I would describe most of the technological advances during my time as evolutionary. We've operated nuclear-powered submarines that shot ADCAP torpedoes and Tomahawk missiles, and those continued to get better, and our sensors got better, and our processing got better. But we are now seeing really revolutionary change, I believe, in things like uncrewed systems. I guess my short answer to that on the balance of power is only if we let it. I think it's going to change the character of undersea warfare. I think it, as Dan said, it lowers the barrier to entry. I think about smaller navies that have a few submarines or no submarines can now get into this undersea warfare can compete in this domain. And so that is a significant change. I will offer that the undersea domain is difficult. There's many that are frustrated that undersea drones are not at the same level as drones we see in the air. But there are reasons for that, and the communications are more difficult. The environment is more difficult, both from the harshness of the environment as well as just the sensing in the environment and how significantly that changes sound propagation. So it's challenging, but again, it lowers the barrier. I think what we need to do is to be agile enough that we are not outpaced by adversaries that can be more agile, more nimble with their acquisition, with incorporating these technologies. And we need to make sure we're competing every day for this undersea advantage. We cannot rest on our laurels just because someone can't catch up with us in terms of building a Virginia-class submarine or a Collins or an Astute-class. And so I think we're writing that history, the folks that are here, the folks that are in the audience and online. And so we need to make sure it doesn't change that balance of power. I think that's up to us.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. I'm just going to take this one bit further as I bring in Marcus, because we've talked about, we sort of focus on a lot of physical technologies, but there are a bunch of other technologies that are revolutionising undersea warfare. And I'm thinking, quantum sensing, artificial intelligence, what we're doing in the space domain, which is about far away from the ocean as you can get. But Marcus, did you want to comment on that relationship?
Yeah, of course. Well, look, I think I would start by saying that our understanding of some of those advanced capabilities is accelerating at pace, and I don't think any of those as standalone things present too big a challenge in terms of, we know how to develop AI algorithms, we understand how quantum works. I think for me it's about the enabling wrap to operationalize those things. And so it's about what we in the UK would call the defence lines of development, the training, equipment, people, processes required to bring them to life. Maybe just to bring, Admiral Kavanagh started to bring some of those out. I think some of those challenges will drop away in time of conflict. So, some of the process challenges, the accreditation challenges. But I think the thing we've got to get our arms around is how much we can challenge some of that culture in the current environment. So things like the C2 and data strategies that go around being able to use AI, iterate it really quickly. Some of our systems today just aren't set up to handle those sorts of volumes of data at the pace we need to. And then on the sort of process side, approvals and international collaborative agreements, how do we make those match fit that they can move at the pace we need to make the best of our allies' knowledge? I think people remains key. We talk a lot about uncrewed systems. That does not mean fewer people in our armed forces. I think, if anything, that demands more capable people than it does today. It's about getting maximum capability out of the same people, not fewer people. So I think it's less about the technologies, those advanced technologies themselves, but actually how we enable them operationally.
Yeah, with the people. Yeah. Always comes down to the people. Anthony, I might hand to you for the questions.
We've got quite a few questions, actually. First one's about the risk calculus in terms of commanders of undersea warfare capabilities, whether it's a submarine, an aircraft, or a surface ship. Obviously, with the proliferation of uncrewed systems, what that means in terms of you almost have to assume that something's near you at all times. Can you just talk to that in terms of how you're preparing and generating your forces for that, or things that you're thinking of in terms of conceptually into the future, and what that means for how commanders are going to have to consider, the proximity of those capabilities to their platforms?
I might throw to Marcus and then Chris, sure, if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, sure. Look, I think I've touched a little bit on that already. I think that is a challenge. I think for me, the way we address that is through collaboration in terms of working closely with regulators, closely with approvals authorities to bring the whole ecosystem on the journey. And I think traditionally we have quite a transactional approach to some of those things. And the more we can make everybody comfortable with the calculated risk that we're taking, the better. Some of this we've just got to learn by doing, I think, so we've got to not try and eat the whole elephant, to use that analogy, take small steps, learn as we go, and then be prepared to iterate and change our approach rapidly over time.
Thanks, Marcus. Chris?
Yeah, I think a couple points there. You talk about considering them close to your platform, or, as it lowers the barrier to entry. We saw that in the Red Sea, for example. Not a very sophisticated adversary can use some one-way UAVs and other uncrewed things to be very disruptive. Now, of course, we were effective in defending against that, but it does change the calculus. I think there are profound implications for things like our own rules of engagement and how our we will almost always, I think, have a person in the loop making those decisions. Adversaries may not, and so it affects the speed of action and things like that. So there is a lot to work out as we think about employing unmanned systems or uncrewed systems.
And just building on from that, are there any particular emerging threats that concern you, or things or evolving technology that concerns you, or things that you see ourselves acquiring, such as Ghost Shark, where if that's something you had to come up against or consider in your own within the adversary having, that concerns you?
I'm not the panellist, but I'll. So it's a race in this technology space. Everyone's using it. The barriers of entry are lower. So whereas we have concepts of how we will use this attritable, relatively cheap mass of contacts of capability, so does everyone else. So then the next step is, how do we counter that? We've often asked over the years as commentators about, will the autonomous undersea vehicle replace the crewed vessel at some point? And that was no for a long time. I don't think it'll ever replace it, but it has advantages over its numbers. It will make the crewed option more difficult going forward, and we'll have to think about the technology to counter that as well as use it as we go into the coming years. So it's going to be difficult proposition in all areas, not just submarines, is my view going forward. Dan, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think I would say I'm concerned with anything that reduces the opacity of the undersea domain. So as a submariner, whether you're operating, well, particularly if you're operating a crewed system, but even with an uncrewed system, anything that gives a potential adversary greater insight, and Admiral Kavanagh talked about domain awareness, anything that can facilitate that in the undersea domain is a threat to undersea platforms, which of course rely on stealth. That is their great advantage, and I talked about that earlier. So whether that is other uncrewed vehicles or crewed submarines, or whether it is things like fixed sensors and cheap deployable sensors, those are probably things that concern me a lot, where they're not necessarily detectable, they're not exquisite and expensive, but they're able to give an actor, an entity, greater insight into that domain, which is the place we're trying to operate to deliver those effects into, within, or from. Those are concerns, and things that can hold at risk critical infrastructure of nations, Australia obviously in my case. Those are things that I would also be concerned with.
Chris, you're obviously force generating every day for what you see in front of you. And forefront of your mind, I'm sure, is what conflict looks like with all these emerging technologies. Do you have thoughts on the future there?
I have a couple thoughts on that, and combining it with the last question, I think. So there's uncrewed systems, there are crewed systems, and then there's a nexus between the two. Think torpedo tube launch and recovery, unmanned or uncrewed systems. There's a real power in that synergy, I think, where, again, it helps us extend the reach of crewed things and works together. I think another thing that I think about a lot is, and to get to your point, you said the future, we have to think in terms of a range of futures. And in fact, I think Ukraine has taught us what conflict looks like on day 1 might be different than day 3 or day 10 or day 30. And so that agility, that ability to learn and adapt quicker than the adversary is something we need to bake in. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot about how to do that from a force generation standpoint, because we are kind of going after a static threat in some ways with our processes. So we need to learn quickly. And then I would just say that I've learned throughout my naval career that, when there's this range of futures, you need to hedge against many of them, but the two things that always matter, no matter what the future looks like, are people and investing in the people and investing in allies and partners. There's no future where those are not part of the equation and part of our strength.
Chris, I think those are excellent points, and especially that idea of who thinks faster and evolves faster is how you win. And I know from the lessons from the Ukraine, that is exactly what we could draw out of that. And there's a theme coming with, it comes down to the people, but one of the interesting aspects is our processes might be, we've got to think about those in terms of that fast evolution and whether we're fit to fight in our processes. So, excellent point.
So we've got time for one last question before I'll pass to you for concluding remarks. I'll go to Admiral Kavanagh just to build off his point. There's a question here about as a commander of a significant, force package here in the Pacific or the Indo-Pacific, what traits will future commanders do you see them requiring based on how the evolution that's occurring within the undersea warfare domain, or one particular trait that you think would be something that we'll need to see in our future commanders?
What we learned in World War II, and I think what we'll continue to learn, is that we need to be bold. We are. I don't talk about peacetime, I talk about competition. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to be, the processes that serve us well in a peacetime Navy will not necessarily serve us well in conflict. And so we need to be thoughtful about how we make sure we reward bold leaders who are going to act in accordance with commander's intent, of course, but who are going to not be afraid to take bold action. I think that is critically important.
Yeah,
We don't talk about it enough.
No, thanks, sir. Sarah, hand back to you for any concluding remarks.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Anthony. Just before I conclude, I think there's just some key themes that came out, and even though this was an undersea warfare topic, what I've heard today, it could probably be applied to any sort of field of warfare, and some of the key things to the next warfare might not be just the technology, as we tend to focus on, but I've heard it's the workforce, it's the processes and our speed to evolve in conflict, and then comes down to the character of our people to be bold and to take risk. So I think that's the sort of key messages I heard today. Just to conclude, can I thank you very much for my fellow panellists here, not just for today, supporting this event, but also for your many years of working with us as an ally and a friend, and just making us stronger together. So thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, as this panel one departs, I'll now outline the intent for panel number 2. The topic of this panel is nuclear stewardship, earning the confidence of a nation, and it will be hosted by the head of Navy Engineering, Rear Admiral Rachel Durbin. She's joined by 4 esteemed colleagues, Mr. Tim Hodgson, who's the Deputy Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency, the Deputy Chief of Navy, Rear Admiral Matt Buckley, Ms. Michaela James, the Acting Head Policy, Strategy and Engagement at the Australian Submarine Agency, and Rear Admiral Rick Seif, United States Navy, the Director of AUKUS Integration and Acquisition. I'll now welcome them to the stage for a photo before we commence their panel. Perfect, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and H&E, ma'am, I invite you to convene the panel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this very important discussion and conversation on nuclear stewardship and national defence. I'd firstly like to thank our distinguished panellists for joining us today as we navigate what is one of the most complex and consequential strategic undertakings in modern history for our nation. Australia's commitment to nuclear-powered submarines is not just a military procurement exercise. The capability derived from naval nuclear propulsions comes with a profound responsibility. This is where the concept of nuclear stewardship moves from a bureaucratic term to a national imperative. But firstly, we must understand what's meant by the term nuclear stewardship. This phrase is used to describe the responsible planning, operation, application, and management of nuclear material, technology, and facilities. As Australia remains committed to its status as a non-nuclear weapons state with nuclear propulsion capability, stewardship also includes the implementation of appropriate safeguard arrangements. Nuclear stewardship is therefore more than just the safe operation of a reactor at sea. It encompasses the entire life cycle, from developing a highly skilled workforce to establishing an uncompromising independent regulatory framework, and crucially, management of all radioactive waste generated on our soil, including spent fuel, for generations to come. Transitioning to naval propulsion technology fundamentally changes the landscape. It demands enduring commitment and a level of regulatory independence beyond all that has come before. It is like taking air and seaworthiness and activities and culture to the next level. The success of this entire national endeavour ultimately hinges on gaining the confidence of the Australian people. We must recognise that for many Australians, this transition touches on deep-seated national identity as a non-nuclear weapons state. While we are very clear about the difference between nuclear propulsion and nuclear weapons, we know that some countries will seek to create fear and confusion. We must work patiently and respectfully with the Australian public and with friends and allies to educate, to answer questions, and to allay fears. Public concerns around the cost, sovereignty, and long-term management of nuclear waste are legitimate and must be met with transparency and accountability. At the present moment, the challenges facing us are considerable, ranging from establishing a nuclear mindset across our defence industry to ensuring independence of our new Naval Nuclear Propulsion Safety Regulator and fulfilling our global non-proliferation commitments. Australia's approach to nuclear stewardship requires education, understanding and commitment, and I can think of no better people than to start this process here than the panellists I have with me today. I'll ask each of them in turn to make a 5-minute opening statement, and then we'll have some discussions and time for questions and answers. First, I'll call on Rear Admiral Tim Hodgson, Deputy Director, General Technical Australian Submarine Agency, to make some opening remarks. Tim.
Thank you, Rachel, and good morning again, everybody. I'm delighted once again to be on the panel here. I think Rachel has set out exceptionally clearly the definitions of stewardship and the importance of safety, security and safeguarding to everything we do. So I'm really going to concentrate on the earning the confidence of a nation. And I think there are many ways of looking at that problem, but when I considered this, I break it down really into 4 linked elements, and others on the panel might add to some of these. I think, first of all, the most important thing, if you wish to earn the confidence of a nation, is your strategic communications. We absolutely need to get that right. It is critical to doing this, and without doing that, without getting the strategic communication plan delivered effectively, we will struggle to earn that confidence. That communications plan needs to do several things. First of all, we do need to educate our population so they understand what we're talking about, they understand the level of commitment we have to safety, security and stewardship, and they really get a very clear relative understanding of the risks that we're facing. And in my earlier keynote presentation, I did raise, for example, the issue of the radiation that a crew member of a submarine is exposed to being roughly 1/30th of that they would receive if they were on the surface from background radiation and sunlight. That sort of education, it's important to get out there. Of course, as part of this, we also need to be transparent. We need to reassure our nation that we are honest about what we're doing, we are open, and that we deliver on what we promise that we're going to do. That transparency is sometimes difficult for us, particularly as submariners. It's not something we've always been used to doing, although within both the UK and the US tradition, transparency has always been part of the nuclear journey. And I think the other element that builds that confidence and is really, really important is precision. It's about getting it right. It's about doing what we say we're going to do precisely, clearly, without mistakes. And that comes back round to that nuclear mindset that we're talking about. It is really, really important to have that confidence, for the nation to have that confidence that they know that we're going to do what we say we're going to do and that we're transparent about it and we continually learn and improve such that they can move forward with reduced concerns. Because without any of those 4 things, they will continue to worry. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. I'll now call on the Deputy Chief of Navy, Rear Admiral Matt Buckley, to make his opening remarks. Matt.
Thanks, H&E, and good morning, everyone. Really delighted to be here for this very important subject matter. I think I'd start by saying we are now a nuclear navy in Australia. I ran into Lieutenant Commander James Hayden and Adam Klein, currently serving at HMAS Vermont. They've been through the full training system, nuclear propulsion training system in the US. They've been through PNEO, and they are now keeping watch as the certified watchkeeper on the plant. And we have many of them, more than 100 now in the system, more than 50 at sea in mostly Admiral Kavanagh's submarines out there in Pacific Fleet. So it's not something that we're about to do, it's something that we are already undertaking. I like to describe it for us as we have embarked on the struggle for excellence, that is the step up from having a robust conventional submarine force to a nuclear-propelled submarine force. One of the things that struck me the most in my journey here was the words of the previous Director of Naval Reactors, Admiral Caldwell, who reminded me more than once that right is fast. And I've used that term a number of times since then. And, you know, what did he mean by that? What he meant by that is you do things right the first time, and if you do the work, that is what will enable your capability. It is what will assure predictable, reliable lethality at sea. And the reason that nuclear stewardship is so important to me and to the Chief of Navy and to everyone in our Navy is that if we get it right, and right is fast, we will have submarines predictably available and lethal at sea. It is about delivering capability and assurance to our crews. There's a couple of things that I think when I talk to people in our Navy, because the uplift isn't just for the submarine force, we have to be able to spiral that nuclear mindset out from the submarine force. It needs to apply to the people who are operating cranes and putting brows on submarines, people who are in the logistics chain supporting them, the tug drivers and crews. Everybody involved needs to be having that nuclear mindset. And a couple of things that I think from a Navy point of view are pivotal to that. The first one is robust, repeatable processes that are adhered to. And the more simple and straightforward and easy to understand, the better. The second one is suitably qualified and experienced people whose currency is tracked. It's something that we've done, particularly in our aviation part of our Navy, for some time, but it's something that we're going to need to apply more methodically, not only in the submarine force, but everybody that's involved in this system. Clarity of command and control and clear accountabilities between the operator, those who are providing the support to the organisation, and the regulator. So everybody understanding precisely what their accountabilities are and roles in the system, right from the able seaman who's operating in the submarine, right through to the commander of the fleet base that's running that organisation, the person who's running the maintenance availability, and the people who are doing the regulating. Everybody needs to know precisely what their part of the bargain is and what is their accountability. The penultimate point I wanted to make was that culture and mindset is actually how we achieve this shift. It's about thinking about things, it's about not accepting small deficiencies, and it's about, frankly, that struggle for excellence. Looking very, very hard at yourself and saying, what is it that I could have done better? And that's a bit of a change for people. It's about accepting that platitudes aren't part of the system. It's about being hard critics on yourself so that if you're focusing on those little things, they won't become big problems. And the last thing I'd say, and I've said this on a number of panels over the last few years, is we've got a pretty good passage plan. And the reason we've got a pretty good passage plan is that our counterparts in the US Navy and the Royal Navy, and I include my colleagues here, Tim Hodgson and Rick Seif, both who've been involved in naval nuclear propulsion for many, many decades, their entire career, and everyone else in their system have been excellent shipmates. They've done this for 70 years. They have the gold standard. Nobody does it better in the world than those two navies. So we have a pretty good passage plan to be able to step up to. The challenge for us now is to make sure that we do those things that I mentioned before. Anyway, great to be here on the panel, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Matt. It's now my pleasure to introduce Ms. Michaela James. Michaela is the Acting Head of Policy, Strategy and Engagement at the Australian Submarine Agency. Michaela, would you like to make some opening remarks?
Thanks very much, Rachel. Pleasure to be here. I thought I would add to Tim and Matt's comments by focusing on the partnerships that we have in how we are working to earn the confidence of the nation. This is something that the Australian Submarine Agency and Defence is working with partners internationally and across the Australian government and across our nation to ensure that we can deliver on. Just picking up on Matt's final point there, obvious area of cooperation and partnership is with our AUKUS partners who have been on this journey for decades, and we have lots to learn from them in how they have been engaging meaningfully and transparently with their communities. We're also partnering with state governments, in particular WA and South Australia, given the location of where the build of the submarines and sustainment of the submarines will be occurring. And those partnerships are looking at a range of different activities and initiatives to help build our workforce, but importantly, to communicate to those populations and communities in closer proximity to the nuclear-powered submarine program about what we are doing and why we are doing it. We're also working with the local governments in those areas, again, to, as Tim said, educate and ensure that we are providing information and clarity about what we are doing and how we're delivering on that. We're also working across government with many Australian Commonwealth agencies who have a piece to play in this important national endeavour, from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and the Australian Safeguards and Non-Proliferation Organisation, as know, around our safeguards approach and how we can uphold the highest standards of non-proliferation in pursuing this program. We're working with many other Commonwealth agencies, whether that is Department of Education or Industry, to pursue the programs that we need to build the workforce and engagement with many Australian industries and companies. And we're also working with education institutions and think tanks. As Tim emphasised, that education piece is so critical to how we build the confidence of the nation to explain what we are doing and why it is important and how we are doing it in a manner that is safe and secure and upholds all of our international obligations. So there is a breadth of collaboration across all of those different players, and we all have a unique role to play as we work to build the confidence in the stewardship of how we are going to manage and steward this multi-generational program for the decades ahead. Thanks.
Thanks, Michaela. And our final panellist today is Rear Admiral Rick Seif. Rick is the Director, AUKUS Integration and Acquisition, and also a former Commander Submarine Force USN Pacific Fleet. Rick, I'll call on you to make some opening comments.
Great. Thank you very much. The first thing I'll just say is it's just fantastic to be here and be on this panel with you today. This is my third Indo-Pac conference that I've been to, and from my perspective, it just gets better and better. Just my hat is off to the team that put this together. I'd also just note for the allies and partners, it's just incredible to see the connectedness and our partnerships and how we work so closely together. And I would just say for all of us here, we are unstoppable when we work together, and this is such a great format to really bring that to bear. I'd also just note, this is also great to follow the previous panel. My good friend Chris Kavanaugh and the other panelists are really good friends of mine. I like the phrase that Chris used of evolutionary. When we think about nuclear power, it really is just the next step in our tight alliance across the board here. And so as we talk about nuclear stewardship, I'll just maybe start with my perspective a little bit as Rachel mentioned, it really is in my DNA. My dad was a nuke. I've been in the Navy for 33 years, been a nuke really that entire time. It really is, it becomes your identity, it becomes who you are, as a person. I've spent about 12 years of my life just on sea duty alone across 5 SSNs. For me, the pulse points, the steady back and forth you get with naval reactors and the training pipeline always reinforcing is just really, really pretty awesome. So I'll date myself here a little bit. I graduated the U.S. Naval Academy in 1992. I would just note that our program had already been in existence for over 44 years by the time I even joined, and got my commission. And again, it was established, proven, and really built upon the principles that have really stood the test of time. And that goes back to the father of our nuclear navy, Admiral Hyman G. Rickover. He really set the standards. He set for expectations and how we would really manage the program and those key watchstanding principles. In fact, one of my favorite things to do, I do a lot of all-hands calls. I talk to a lot of sailors, ride a lot of ships. And I usually ask, hey, if anybody out there in the crew can tell me Admiral Rickover's key watchstanding principles, I'll give you one of my challenge coins. Well, I do that, and then I quickly run out of coins because everybody really kind of knows them. In fact, Matt mentioned Vermont. In fact, it's still USS Vermont, shipmate. It's not HMAS Vermont, but don't get ahead of yourself. But I think that I guarantee those Australians on board Vermont, if I asked them the key watchstanding principles, I guarantee that they would know them. In fact, a few of them are running around here at the conference. But again, those I've really trained in our pipeline many times through qualifying engineer, through command, and those standards are always being reinforced. The importance of the strategic advantage that comes with nuclear propulsion, the redundancies and safety by design, our unmatched safety record, but I think most importantly is our people, the highly qualified and trained crew members. I've taken a lot of very senior leaders, congressmen, members of parliament, senior government officials on board submarines, and I think they always expect to be impressed by the gear, by the equipment, by the propulsion plant, by the weapon systems, but what they always come back with is they're impressed by the people, and just the sky's the limit. It's the unmatched professionalism of our personnel. So again, within the U.S. and the U.K., our track record of safe operations really speaks for itself. But I just have to say, we don't take it for granted. We never take it for granted, and you're only as good as something you have to earn every single day aboard every ship by every member of the crew, because that's a culture that we've developed and we mandate. And so again, embracing the nuclear culture from my perspective is not just living it, but really exemplifying those Rickover principles. And today, as we're talking with all of the activity we have, well, I'll talk more about in a bit, but we have about 169 Australian uniform-wearing personnel either on board U.S. submarines today or in the training pipeline. We have about 200 civilian personnel at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, and I can guarantee you that they are living and embracing those principles. So again, we're working to establish and share that nuclear mindset to Australia. And just to reiterate, it is who we are, it's our identity, and it's in our DNA. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. So I know there's going to be a lot of questions that come in from online, so if they can just start coming in. But I'm going to start with one that I want some more information on this one, and so it's directed at Tim. Tim, we've heard from both Matt and Rick that culture and mindset are key to the capability. I'm keen for some more detail on how Australia adopts the necessary nuclear mindset to safely build, sustain and operate nuclear-powered submarines quickly without the background of civil nuclear power or previous naval nuclear propulsion.
Thank you, Rachel. And I think that's a fantastic question. I would start by saying that the first issue is, or the first point I would make is that Australia does have a very good record of understanding safety in safety critical operations, whether that be in the resources industry, the aviation industry, some of the excellent work that you do with your team in terms of seaworthiness, and we can build on all of that, which gives us a stable platform to move forward from. We're working very hard with our industrial partners and with the Navy and all of the whole enterprise to introduce this whole concept of nuclear stewardship through tailored training packages, through awareness, through lectures, through engagement. But perhaps the most important point, and the one that I think resonates most for me through my career, which again has come from US colleagues, is the whole importance of to have this nuclear mindset to enable you to embrace nuclear stewardship
First of all, you need to be self-aware. You really need to understand what you're doing, how well you're doing it, and importantly, where there is room for improvement, to Matt's point. You need to be self-critical to enable you to do that. And once you are self-aware and self-critical, you can then move forward to be self-improving and ultimately become self-reliant. They're the 4 issues that we talk about every day within the nuclear program. The US do the same. That is vitally important, and I would commend that to everybody in the room.
Thanks, Tim. Now, my next question's directed to Matt Buckley. Matt, you made the point, which is an excellent point. We are already a nuclear navy. Would you be able to share some more on what Navy will be doing, is doing now, and will be doing in supporting Surf West operating from Stirling? So what's Navy doing to ensure that approved measures are in place to assure necessary stewardship is applied to all base activities out of Stirling?
Thanks, H&E. Great question. I'd start by going back to the last point I made. There's an enormous amount of work underway with both our US Navy and Royal Navy counterparts, taking some of those best practices and then applying them, working them through a robust process, vignettes, case studies, working through how that applies to the Australian context, making sure that our partners are satisfied with those standards that we're applying, and some of the activities that we've been supporting our colleagues in the ASA in, maintenance availabilities for etc. in US Navy ships and soon in Royal Navy ships, are about us actually uplifting on those procedures. In terms of our people, we've done a lot of work to roll the role definition, clarity and training, experience and currency into the mastery model. And again, for about 4 years now, we've been working with Royal Navy and US Navy. There's a group of subject matter experts that have been involved in making sure that our sailors have a very, very clear pathway to achieving those standards. And as both Tim and Rick have mentioned before, having people embarked in not only the submarines themselves, but in the sustainment system and the like is how we're able to do it. And the last thing really is we're doing a lot of work on refining the command and control that's going to be applied at HMAS Stirling. We'll make sure that we've upgunned the leadership there to have someone that has the very, very clear accountability for how the whole precinct operates. But that person will work very, very closely with the technical authorities, so with Tim's team, and have a clear line of reporting, and through the operational authority. And then we'll have a group or a team that convenes of all the key stakeholders. So we're talking about the Squadron Commodore for the US Navy. We're talking about the head of the chief engineer for the precinct, the head of the delivery group there, the maintenance group, the AFP who's providing the security, and the base manager. So with that group, you have this very robust team of experts, and it's something that both the Royal Navy and the US Navy have done in practice, and it's about us applying it to our context.
Thanks, Matt. Michaela, you mentioned that we're working really closely with our partners. Could you provide a little more detail on how we're leveraging the insights and the knowledge and the lessons of the partners to accelerate building our nation's public confidence in this program?
Thanks, Rachel. As I mentioned, we are working closely with the US and the UK, who have many decades of experience in how to best engage with local communities and with national populations on a program as significant as the AUKUS endeavour. And one of the things that Rick mentioned earlier, that unmatched safety record and being able to demonstrate and highlight that is a critical piece. But also we're learning from our US and UK partners how education and transparent engagement are such powerful tools for building informed communities who understand what we are doing and why we're doing it. Through that collaboration with our partners, a couple of key principles emerge. First is being very regular in our engagement with communities and making sure there are regular opportunities for them to ask questions and ours to provide information and clarity. Transparency, you've heard that word from many of us already, but also in our messaging, how we're highlighting the progress that we're making and that the important steps that we are taking to deliver on the capability. And being able to frankly address misinformation to help remove ambiguity or demystify what it is we're doing, and importantly to debunk any myths around particularly the nuclear aspects of the program. And so through that work that we've been doing with our partners and also learning from the nuclear agencies in Australia, as Tim mentioned, we do have a level of expertise in those particular agencies. We have put together a program of activity that we are undertaking nationally and particularly in the two states of WA and South Australia. And in WA recently we held community information sessions in September where we provided presentations on the progress that we were making, presentations on the technical and stewardship aspects of the program to provide updates to community and provide them an opportunity to engage with us and ask any questions they had about the program. Those community information sessions will continue on a regular basis to ensure that that is an opportunity for people to keep informed as we progress. We also have a number of pop-up style activities in local shopping centres, again to give people an opportunity to come and ask questions and learn about the program. There's obviously also important public consultation that happens around environmental approvals and other regulatory aspects of the program, again making sure that we're providing those avenues for people to learn and understand about the program. Our First Nations engagement is also something that is an important part of how we are building confidence in the program, both in WA and South Australia, and something that will continue to be an important conversation to ensure visibility and transparency of what we are doing and how we are progressing.
Thanks. I might just do one more question before we go online, because I'm keen to hear the operational experience of the USN on this one. Rick, as a steward of nuclear propulsion, what are some of the challenges and opportunities that you see for nuclear stewardship in Australia as we embark on this journey?
Yeah. Hey, again, thanks very much for the question. And I think that I'll go back to my opening comment about this really is just, this is evolutionary. We've been sailing together, we've been operating together, we've been completely interchangeable with these allies here on the table with me, really for decades. And so this really is just an evolutionary next step. That said, naval nuclear propulsion really is an incredibly powerful technology that demands rigorous compliance and exacting standards to implement safely. And building up that nuclear culture is not something you can just airdrop or transplant. You really do have to grow it. And growing this support of the nuclear propulsion program, it is a challenge, but I'd say it's one that Australia is clearly and fully embracing, and I think we're just off to a fantastic start in the status and just continuing. And then again, from my perspective, of my 33-year career of serving on 5 attack submarines, but also serving ashore on nuclear propulsion inspection teams, on staff assignments. It really is something that's grown that, again, becomes your identity over time. And again, I think the Australian mindset is off to a fantastic start, and the status is great. I'd also just note that just last week, Australia stood up their own naval nuclear regulator, the Australian Naval Nuclear Submarine Power Regulator. That organization will be responsible for ensuring the safe operation and management of naval reactors owned and operated by Australia. So just fantastic milestone. And then within the US and the UK, we have combined over a century of experience with naval nuclear propulsion with really an unblemished and incredible safety record. This strong safety culture established again by Admiral Rickover back in the early days has served us well, and I think Tim would tell you something similar. I'd also just say that a key tenet of our organizations and of the nuclear power propulsion program is that we're a learning organization, and this is the point that was made earlier, that really AUKUS Pillar 1 is an opportunity to leverage and all that learning from our combined century plus of experience as they embark on their SSN capability. And I'd also just offer just some examples of activities that really, I think, speak quite a bit about the progress we're making. Again, the close collaboration we have with both the Royal Australian Navy and the Australian Submarine Agency, the establishment of the new regulator, again, over 200 Australians, industry personnel training to maintain nuclear submarines at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. In fact, that same activity being put into practice as we speak with USS Vermont doing maintenance with Australians in Western Australia. And then those 169 personnel I mentioned in the training pipeline or serving on board submarines. I'll say they're not just serving, they're not just in the pipeline, they are crushing it. They're some of the tops of their class, they're qualifying quickly. We have our first set already qualified to serve as department heads, as nuclear engineers certified by Naval Reactors. So again, off to a fantastic pace of activity and just continuing. I think the last point I'll make is one that I think Tim really nailed in his opening comments and then Michaela just followed up on, but this idea of transparency, community engagement and outreach. I like the term demystify, but we have to just acknowledge that there is when things are unknown or things are, not quite understood by certain parts of the population, it's an opportunity to educate. It's an opportunity to get that engagement right and to build that trust and that transparency, I think, going forward. And again, I'll just say we have a fantastic program. We have a great story to tell, and I think that's just an important part of it. So thank you for the question. Thanks, Rick.
What have we got online?
All righty, we've got quite a few actually. The first question relates to the regulatory safety framework and the risk tolerances between the different AUKUS nations, and the question relates to, do those safety frameworks and risk tolerance levels differ? And if so, how's that going to be reconciled as part of the AUKUS program?
Okay, thank you very much. We clearly have different frameworks between the three nations, but I would say having worked very closely, obviously I used to be the reactor plant regulator in the UK. I've spent all my career working with NR colleagues from the US, and have been very engaged with the stand-up of the Australian Naval Nuclear Propulsion Safety Regulator. So I would say there is no appreciable difference in terms of the risk tolerance. There are just different ways of achieving the same aim, which are based on, in some states, just historical precedent where each nation has come from, and then different national frameworks under which that process is set up. So no difference that I've been able to detect, and we really must ensure that we continue, to Rick's point, to be those learning organisations and move forward and continually improve.
Excellent, thank you. And the next one relates to, we haven't built a submarine in Australia for about 20 years. How do we, or the development of the nuclear stewardship, which underscores the building of the submarines, how are the two of those progressing and how do they then complement each other?
I think we'll go to you again.
Yes, right. I'll take that one. And I think it's a great question. It's really important as we move forward, both from the sustainment process in the West and the build primarily centred in South Australia, that nuclear mindset is absolutely central to what's happening there. We've already undergone the first peer assist review of ASC to help baseline where they are on their journey. We were obviously very well supported by UK and US colleagues with that. And really, really importantly, ASC were totally engaged in that exercise. They're continuing to do self-assessment as they move forward. And importantly, before we move forward into Surf West, we will be doing a formal peer review, and the intention is to report that back to US colleagues such that they have confidence before they deploy their submarines on the rotational forces into Stirling. Build-wise, absolutely vital too that we maintain that approach. It will also ensure that we have that critical quality capability when we move forward and build the submarines. It's not just about the nuclear. That will enable the whole boat to be built in the way that's appropriate. There will be hold points as we go through the process, and as the nuclear element comes forward, which will be fairly late in the build,
we will make sure that we have formal hold points. And my anticipation, although we haven't had the discussion with the regulator there, I will be very surprised if the regulator doesn't make it a formal requirement to have a demonstration that we have achieved the standards necessary before we take on that specific nuclear risk in the build process.
Excellent, thanks, Jim. Next one's for Michaela. It relates to what you spoke or touched on earlier around the discussion and the debate in Australia around nuclear power. How do we better highlight the use of nuclear within the civil industries, medical power and the like, and then coalesce that with what we're doing within the nuclear-powered submarine to better inform and have a more open debate by the Australian public?
Thanks. So I think, as I mentioned, and I think Tim mentioned as well, the existing nuclear agencies in Australia obviously have an important contribution in terms of nuclear medicine. And what we are pursuing through this program with the nuclear propulsion for the submarine, I think critical that we are able to clearly explain those differences. Rick talked a little bit about why nuclear propulsion makes such an important difference and contribution to undersea capability. So I think working across those various agencies to explain those benefits of nuclear and how we are using them in various aspects, whether that's defence in our case or those other areas in Australian society, will continue to be important. And across all of those various uses, being able to ensure that we're clearly explaining how we are upholding the highest levels of safety and security, again, to give that confidence to the Australian people.
No, thanks, Michaela. For Admiral Steve, sir, are you able to explain to the audience, please, how the role of naval reactors plays in selecting and qualifying personnel? And I suppose for Admiral Buckley, sir, some of the role that the Australian regulator will have, or H&E member, who's best placed to talk about the role they will play within the selection, training and qualification of our nuclear-powered, our nuclear sailors, nuclear-trained sailors and officers?
Yeah, thanks. I'll take the first part, then turn it over to Matt. So just for, I think everyone's, if you're not fully aware, I think a real key and unique aspect of our program is that the Director of Naval Nuclear Propulsion personally interviews and selects every officer for the program. And then the layer below that, all of the enlisted are just the absolute highest quality cut that we have throughout the nation and the enterprise. The amount of rigor that goes into selecting and then qualifying and training the right people. There's a business phrase, A's hire A's. I think that sums up naval reactors pretty well. I equate it to interviewing with the CEO of the company when we bring folks in. I think it's all of us wearing submarine dolphins, including the Aussies in the program now. I guarantee remember exactly what that interview is like. It's a great process. But then the other pulse points we have, whether it's qualifying as a nuclear engineer, coming back through the pipeline, I think naval reactors, if they were here, would say one of the most important, or maybe the most important thing they do in that organization is training, and in particular training commanding officers. And the amount of rigor that goes into having, the on-scene commander of the submarine has a lot of responsibility and a lot of authority, but the amount of value and the weight that we put in the judgment and the training of that individual just underpins the entire program. And I think all of those pulse points and just the connectedness we have with the waterfront, I can think of many times in my career where naval reactors was always there, whether I'm at sea or whether I'm in port. If I needed an answer, if I had a technical question, if I needed some assistance, that just the nature of that organization is that they're always available and always there to help. And I'll turn it over to Matt to answer the second part.
Look, I think just to follow what Admiral Seif said, we've deliberately taken and lifted some of the processes from the US Navy and the Royal Navy. Certainly in terms of selecting the right candidates, both myself and my previous role in H&E, and now Admiral Phillips interviews all of the officers going on the program, both to the US and to the UK. Our sailors have interviews with the senior warrant officer before they go on the program. They undertake very rigorous screening to go through that process. And then the second part about it, besides selecting the most excellent Australians to go on the training, is having a very deliberate pathway through a mastery model And the reality is we're still building that as we go on the journey, and I'm going to be in Western Australia next week talking to some of the crew that are embarked in the Vermont to understand how we best adjust and test that. But if you think about it, some of those guys will end up being the commanding officer, the XO, the engineer, the chief nuke, the EDMC back aft. Then they'll go and do roles in sustainment. They might go work in the ASA. They'll go and work with Mr. Hodgson in the technical authority. And then over time, we'll build them into roles within the regulator. So you'll follow this kind of path of, operating the system, sustaining the system, regulating the system. And again, that's something that both the US and UK do as a model, but it's about building those blocks so that you end up with someone who's in a role like Mr. Hodgson's in, or in the role of the nuclear regulator, as we get our own SSNs in the early 2030s, that are able to have already had those runs on the board and experience. So really important.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Tim. Emma, hand to you.
I might just, I might say, I know we're running out of time, but there is an opportunity here today that has never happened before at Sea Power, and that is we have some of our best and brightest in the audience for those of you who are here to be able to have follow-on questions for James Hayden and Adam Klein, who are here, who are currently in the US system, who have been through this rigorous process of selection with us and with the USN. And for those of you who don't know, they're here today in the audience, and I just encourage you to ask questions of them for more detail of how they're going. And as Rick said, they are nailing it. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, ma'am, and I'll just build on that. They are available at 1300. There's a half-hour panel where they'll be available and they'll outline their experience on USS Vermont through their path through the training pipeline. So I encourage you to come back after lunch because they're seated right here and they'll be up on stage in an hour's time giving you their perspective as well. So you'll hear from the horse's mouth. But ma'am, I'll offer any final concluding remarks from yourself or the panel.
Yeah, thanks. So I hope for all of you today, our conversation has really confirmed that it is a fundamental imperative for Australia, for our national defence in this new era, to address nuclear stewardship. It's not an optional add-on to this program. It is absolutely imperative. Our experts have established that earning and maintaining the confidence of the nation is not an afterthought, right? But it is that critical necessity. The journey to deliver conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarine capability will require ongoing transparency, accountability, and national commitment to standards for both our partners and ourselves. We are already a nuclear navy, and that's not just about their technology, it's about our people. And as such, our culture and mindset are key to the capability, and our communications to the public, along with our partner agencies and our allies, are key to engendering that trust. Please join me in offering our sincere thanks to the expert panellists that have joined me today to share their insights and expertise. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this morning's panels. As was said just then, the next panel will commence at 1300, so 1 p.m. with James and Adam, and they'll be guided through, or they'll present their own experiences, and then there'll be an opportunity for a question and answer, a bit of a fireside chat that'll be led by the Commander of the Australian Submarine Force, Commodore Dan Sutherland. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here in an hour. Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. This is a much anticipated briefing, and it's been referred to just about virtually in every panel, the fact that we have Australian officers that have proceeded through the US nuclear Navy training pipeline and are operating in US Navy nuclear-powered submarines. And so this panel is a discussion being led by and hosted by the Commander of the Australian Submarine Force, Commodore Dan Sutherland, and he will guide us through a discussion on the US Navy nuclear system with two of the officers that are currently embarked in United States Navy submarines, and they are Lieutenant Commander James Hayden and Lieutenant Commander Adam Klein. So gentlemen, please join me on the stage for a photo, and then we'll start the discussion in the fireside chat. Fantastic. Well, gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pac 2025, and Dan, I'll hand over to you to convene the conversation and the chat.
Yeah, thanks very much, Anthony. Ladies and gents, it's my great pleasure, privilege, and indeed honour to introduce these two officers to you. Lieutenant Commander Adam Klein, Lieutenant Commander James Hayden. They are two of the three first cohort Royal Australian Navy officers to conduct training in the US Navy on nuclear-powered submarines. It's a pleasure to have you with us, gents, and can I start by asking each of you to introduce yourselves, give a little bit about your backgrounds and your career to date, and what attracted you to the nuclear-powered submarine program. I'll start with you, James.
G'day, sir. Thank you. G'day, everybody. I'm Lieutenant Commander James Hayden. I actually started my journey in the Air Force. I had a gap year with the Royal Australian Air Force Gap Year program. I then worked for the public service as an engineer in civilian attire before commissioning. Always wanted to join as a submariner. Was attracted by the challenge. As you mentioned before, sir, the small teams. The biggest thing for me was when I rowed HMAS Waller during NEOC, just how passionate every single submariner I spoke to was about their small part on the submarine. That carries through to why I wanted to join the nuclear-powered submarine program. I've had seat postings on HMAS Adelaide, the LHD, Australian submarines, and I'm now the Assistant Operations Officer on the USS Vermont, the SSN in over at HMAS Sterling conducting a maintenance period. The program has been very, very busy, exhilarating. I've done lots of things that I never thought I would. Would I have told you 5 years ago that I would have been the pilot of a nuclear-powered submarine into Perth? No, because I was an engineer 5 years ago. I'm an engineer now, certified by Naval Reactors as to be the engineer of a Virginia-class submarine. I'm a charge-qualified engineer in the Royal Australian Navy, so lots of different experiences that I can compare and think about how we can put the Australian lens over and see how we're going to do it. But yeah, that's a little bit about me, sir.
Yeah, thanks, James. And it really was noteworthy that when Vermont came in, James was conning the ship, as the US call it. They call them boats as well, but you were conning. There was a British officer up there as well as a number of US officers, as you'd expect. And it was a really visible, tangible expression of AUKUS, which was fantastic to see and very well received. Adam.
G'day, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name's Adam Klein. I'm a Lieutenant Commander in the Australian Navy. I joined almost 15 years ago. I had a previous career in air conditioning. And I was studying university part-time and thought there must be a better way to get a degree. So I joined the Navy to get a degree, see the world. I joined as a weapons electrical engineering officer, had no interest in submarines at the time. I was on my first sea posting on HMAS Anzac, and I borrowed a book from somebody, just something to do. And it was, it really changed the way I thought about Navy. It was blind man's bluff. And it really spoke to the audacity of the US submarine program and some of the amazing sort of declassified things that they were doing. And I thought, that just sounds amazing. And I spoke to my boss at the time and he said I was crazy, but he knew somebody at Fleet Base West that was a submariner. And I got speaking with him and toured a submarine and my mind was set. My wife's wasn't. So that took some convincing, but fast forward, similar to James, I'm a charge qualified post head of department in the Australian parlance, but as a weapons electrical engineer officer. And I had the opportunity to join the burgeoning Australian nuclear program by training in the US. And what really attracted me to this program is to be a part of history is just an amazing opportunity. And I really, really like the idea of the US line officer model where, one day I can literally be standing as the officer deck conning an American nuclear-powered submarine around, and then, a few hours later, I'm back aft in charge of a nuclear plant. And it's such a fantastic opportunity.
Yeah, thanks, Adam, and thanks, James, as well. Look, I'd highlight at this point that these two gents are actually 2/3 of the very first cohort that we sent across to conduct training in the nuclear-powered submarine program. They've done very, very well, as you would expect. They are some of our absolute best. And they've been trailblazers. Obviously, a program of this momentum and this kind of epic undertaking, if I can use that term, is not without its challenges. And these two and one other officer, Lieutenant Will Hall, have really had to be at the spear point of getting through that, working as we bring our systems together and our people together with our partners in the US in this case. So well done, gents, and I just want to sort of commend that to all of you. Now, obviously, the Collins-class submarine remains a world-class conventional powered submarine, and I say this at every single public engagement I have because it's true, in terms of its reach and capability. But that said, can you gentlemen talk a little bit about how the Virginia compares to it? There is a reason we have AUKUS, and it's because Virginia is very good, spoiler. But can you talk about that, and then how have you found the experience of serving at sea in a cutting-edge SSN to be? I'll start with you this time, Adam.
Hi, sir. So Collins-class submarine, Virginia-class submarine, they're both submarines, but they are very different in what they can do and how they can do it. The indiscretion ratio of the Collins-class submarine is something that we have to contend with.
Can you just explain what that means?
So the amount of time that we spend either at periscope depth or surface recharging the batteries is a limiting factor. Something that the Virginia-class submarine doesn't have to contend with because it's a conventionally armed, nuclear-propelled submarine. So the amount of time spent at periscope depth is decided by us, not for us, by the state of the battery. So that is something that opens up a whole new sort of realm of possibilities as to what we can do with those submarines. Another really cool feature of the Virginia class is the photonics mast. So Collins class has a traditional, hull penetrating optical mast where you have to spin around, whereas on the Virginia class we play sort of what I think of as Call of Duty periscope. Sit there with an Xbox controller, and the situational awareness that provides is unprecedented when compared to the optical periscope of the Collins class. But, I qualified on Collins, spent many years of my life on Collins, thousands and thousands of steps walking around that periscope, and I still have a soft spot for it. There are pros and cons to both classes of submarine, and they do each of their distinct roles very well. And there is some overlap. It's a Venn diagram of capability.
Yeah, thanks, absolutely. And James?
Just to build on what Adam was talking about, with the periscope in particular, nothing will beat the clarity from a hull penetrating periscope and the kinesthetics of physically moving the periscope that is unparalleled and unrivaled. But what the optronic periscope brings is brings the live feed of the periscope to every screen in control, screens around the boat. And that means that more people can be looking at what you're looking at. It's not just the captain or the approach or the officer on the periscope. So that's something else that I think is quite powerful. The other advantage to what Virginia brings is speed. Speed is important. It goes back towards what you were speaking about before, sir, in the presence that the boat can have in theatre. And one of the other consequences of speed, which I knew nothing about because I was a key player, an enabler of it, is the operational planning cycle. On Collins, everything is deliberate. We're fighting for every amp in the battery. We're carefully thinking, okay, what is my next move going to be? Where am I going to go? That same planning cycle occurs in hours. It's occurring on the watch, it's occurring post-watch, and I've spent many, many hours of my off-watch and even my oncoming planning and participating about what is the boat going to do next. And that is brought on by a really dynamic decision space that rapidly changes that would not be possible without speed. So that is quite quite important. And to me, that's the biggest difference that brings. The other interesting thing that Virginia brings is it's actually quite similar to an MFU in some aspects. It's still a boat, it still does boat things, still submerges, still dives at a 1-to-1 ratio. But while we're on watch, there can be a DC evolution happening that does not impact the watch team in control. There can be meetings happening, talking about the plan of the week or an ops planning meeting, while people are getting on with studying. All of these concurrent activities are independent, and that would not be possible on Collins just because of the size. And that reflecting is something different that will be something that we'll have to contend with as well.
Yeah, thanks. It is interesting for us who are used to one paradigm to see the real paradigm shift with that limitless speed, endurance provides you, that non-pressure hull penetrating periscopes, and indeed the size of the submarine, so thanks. Look, I want to shift tack a little bit. You both have family, as many others in the nuclear-powered submarine program have, who have accompanied you on your posting to the US for your training. How has their experience of your new careers as SSNOs been? James first.
I actually met my wife in America. She's American. She knew, well, she didn't know because there's no Navy or no military in her family. So she signed up on good faith. And is she, have I tested that faith? Yes. I've tested it a lot. She met me on a port call during one of our deployments. And it took a few flights to end up where I was, which wasn't where she thought I was going to be, but she made it. She is incredibly supportive of the program, and the family support that is generated, cultivated, and supports each of the families when the boat deploys is incredible. She's the president of the Family Readiness Group, the FRG, as commonly known in the United States Navy, and that group gets behind all of the spouses, all of the families, the brothers, the sisters, the wives, the husbands, the friends, and supports them while all of their sailors are deployed. And without that group, I don't think the force would be as powerful as it is. And that's not something that we have in Australia, or is clearly defined as that. And that's something that we both talk about a lot, and it's something that we're looking and thinking to see, okay, how would that work in the Australian lens? We have a similar thing, it's just not clearly as defined as that.
No, it's a good point. The US Navy are very, very deliberate, very measured with family supports, which is a real strength. Adam?
I guess to carry on from James's comments, submarining is, the job we do is very important. I firmly believe this, but our profession is viewed through certain lenses, and I imagine from the family lenses, it's quite a selfish profession. We disappear for long periods of time with no communication, and then we pop up into our families' lives unexpectedly sometimes for finite amounts of time, and then we disappear again. We can't really talk about what we do. We sort of vaguely touch on some of the things that we do. So it is tough. My family, they support me, but I think they're the real MVPs in this program. Without their support, I wouldn't be able to achieve the successes that I've achieved. However, this opportunity has also been a great opportunity for them. My children have been able to go to school in Charleston, South Carolina. Now they're at a school in Hawaii, sort of immersed in Hawaiian culture. Their school provides like hula lessons, learning to play ukulele. They're immersed in like Hawaiian language, which is just fantastic. I'm quite jealous of their childhood. I wish I was more present for them, but without the support of my wife and my children, there's no way that I'd be able to do this. And that part of that support comes from the US system of supporting their families. My wife is currently, actually right now, on a course learning how to mentor other spouses, and from my understanding, she is, if not the first, then one of the first Australian spouses to be invited on this course. And I think without the support of our families, this program will fall apart because, as I mentioned, it can be very selfish. We should not take for granted our support mechanisms.
Yeah, absolutely. Our Chief of Navy has talked throughout the conference about the strength that we derive from the home front, and I think that's as true in submarines as anywhere else in the Defence Force, and particularly in the nuclear-powered submarine program, with those long periods away and not a lot of clarity for your families around exactly what you're doing. It's well known to us as Australian submariners But there may be some in the audience here, or particularly online, who don't realise or might not realise that the RAN, the US Navy and the UK Royal Navy submarine force has been working closely together on submarine operational matters for literally decades. To us, the kind of precepts of partnership that underpin AUKUS aren't new at all. Can you talk a little about some of the differences you've found working with US crews and living in the US, and Adam, you've just touched on them then, compare with your experiences in Australian submarines and in Australia in general? Adam.
Sure. We're both very professional navies. Our submarines sort of attract and require the brightest of our young sort of individuals. I'd say the biggest difference is language. We are both English-speaking nations, but there is a lot of translating that occurs. And quite often I'll say things and people just stare at me blankly, and it requires either someone who's known me for a little bit longer to translate, or I'll just sort of flippantly pass off as, oh, it's okay, that's how we do it in Australia. And which gives me a bit of leeway. But I'd say language is important. Without clear and concise communications, we were unable to sort of achieve a common focus, and that can be challenging, more so than what I thought it would be. But I also think this is a great opportunity to uplift both our nations. I certainly challenge some of the processes that we have on board USS Vermont, and some of my preconceived notions are challenged in turn by sailors and officers on board. So I think together we are perfectly placed to cherry pick the best of both of our navies to uplift our nations.
Yeah, thanks. So bonus question, how much of the language barrier is because of Australian slang?
A lot.
Yeah, I found that our slang is kind of distinctive, and it often just lands very flat until people sort of
get used to it.
With it.
Yeah, certainly.
James, what has been your experience?
If I think about the values that we as Australia and the US have, there are so many shared values. Community, sport, I think are two really, really big ones. It was incredibly easy to integrate and acclimate to the US way of life because it is largely our way of life. Moving to Charleston, incredibly welcoming, very warm, humid, beautiful part of America. Hawaii as well. I grew up in the Pacific, so Hawaii was like going home. But it's been very easy to move over. We share the same language, we share the same values. And sport is a huge part on board American submarines and American bases as it is here. And that is a common language that can bypass some of the Australianisms that we share and all of the Australians on board share. If I think about some of the individual specific things during my time, some of them were touched on earlier today, but learning and training are such a fundamental part to the US submarine force, and it's so clearly defined and articulated in everything that occurs, far more so than in our Navy, that each ship's in its workup cycle, the specific mission areas that the boat needs to accomplish, they're filtered down into training that is delivered on watch, formally articulated. We will meet this objective by doing training on X, Y, and Z. There's an onboard team trainer, which is fantastic for long transits. It allows us to build a lot of those proficiencies that we can develop. And if I touch back on the learning, the continuous learning process goes towards a high-functioning organization that critically self-reflects, looks at things that, okay, I'm going to audit this program, I'm going to conduct a surveillance on this evolution. How can we grow? How can we improve? While there's an administrative cost associated with implementing those programs, I personally feel that it's something that we could bring across Australian eyes and just enhance our lethality. The other part to that in the training space that I didn't realize is currency. It goes towards before what some of the panel members were talking about with respect to we have lessons each week, each month on nuclear training. We maintain currency proficiency watches on the nuclear plant. That is a core tenet of being nuclear operators, and that carries across into all of the training. Even the qualification program, before we are awarded or attain our dolphins, there's a list of subordinate qualifications, and once you meet or hold one of those qualifications, you can stand watch. before we were fully qualified in submarines, we were the submerged contact manager, we were the surface contact manager. There's a lot of differences in how our navies qualify and train people, but there's a lot of things that I think would work in an Australian context as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we share, like you say, we share a lot of values culturally, but also professionally with our counterparts in the US Navy and indeed the Royal Navy as well. But we express them slightly differently, but I think the fundamentals are really are the same. And they're all about professional excellence and commitment to the mission as well as our people. I guess a final question is a little bit of, it's kind of focusing outwards a little. So would you recommend the path you've chosen for your future career to others weighing up joining the nuclear-powered submarine program, and why, James?
Unequivocally, yes. I think it's an awesome opportunity. We were out on the floor yesterday at the Navy Life Expo speaking with future candidates, and those they're all excellent, wonderful people, bright-eyed, eager to start, commence. I think those people, 4 years at ADVA, a year of nuclear training, 6 months at Creswell, that puts them, or puts you rather if you're listening online, as one of the first junior officers or one of the nuclear technicians on the first submarine, the first sovereign submarine. And so to think that horizon from where you are right now, it's incredibly exciting. I've been on an adventure. It's been very, very busy. You'll work incredibly hard. You work long hours, but the friendships that you forge, the experiences that you take, and I continuously have moments where I'm like, oh wow, like, did we really just go that fast? Like, compared to my Collins days, it is just phenomenal. And it's gonna take us a lot of time to fully learn and appreciate and change some of our doctrine and our TTPs on how we as a nation are gonna employ the nuclear-powered submarines when we have them.
Yeah, we'll need tactics, techniques, and procedures that involve blowing your hair back in the control room at those speeds. Absolutely. Adam?
Yes, I'll echo James' comments. Yes, but to borrow something from our US friends, yes with comment. And the comment would be, know your why. Like, this program is not for the faint of heart. It takes an immense amount of work. It is extremely difficult at times, and you'll learn your limits, and then you'll be pushed past your limits, and then you'll realize new limits. And you'll continuously be grown in this. And I think for a young person, it is an unprecedented opportunity to, as James said, go on an adventure, learn an extremely versatile and niche skill set, which is a bit contradictory, but it can be applied across many domains, and be a part of, I guess, the continuance of the Australian sort of presence in our region. And nuclear-powered submarines is definitely something that I firmly believe is important in sort of maintaining and expanding our presence in the region as a small but mighty player.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this morning we heard from Mike Carlton about the first Australian submarines, and that was a real quantum leap, I guess, for our capability as a nation and as a navy. And I think that the acquisition of nuclear-powered, conventionally armed submarines is the next quantum leap. And as you've both just said, there is an exciting opportunity to be part of that, which is amazing. And it's, in a short while, relatively short while, we'll have sovereign Australian nuclear-powered submarines, crewed by Australians, executing the work of the nation as directed by government. But you've also highlighted that it isn't for the faint of heart. It is hard work, but what I've heard from both of you is that the rewards are indeed quite great, culturally, professionally, and for your families as well, not just for the people who are in the program. Is that a fair sort of summation and statement of your experiences in the program?
100%.
A far more eloquent way of how we put it, but yes.
Hey, look, as we just kind of round off, I really just wanted to thank you for your time. And I would like to point out, there is no way as a Lieutenant Commander that I could have sat in a setting like this and done as well as the two of you have done, answering my questions in front of a wide audience, both here and online. So thank you very, very much for your time here, your presence here today. for sharing your experiences in a very candid and articulate manner, and most significantly for your service. I'd also like to publicly acknowledge your families, and I know some of them are watching online. Thank you for the support that you give these two, and those of our other SSN submariners as well, and indeed all our submariners, but particularly in this forum, the SSN submariners. Thank you to your families for their ongoing support and their sacrifice, which enables you to do what you do on behalf of our nation, particularly while you're training in the US. So please pass on our thanks to your families on our behalf. And ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you to join me in thanking these two officers, but all our submariners in the SSN program and their families.
Dan, we've got time. I've DCN, sir, before you run out, if we could grab yourself, ComSub Pack and Admiral Phillips just for a photo. I think it's a great opportunity to get with the commander that's overseeing the two. I think it's a great opportunity while you're all here. Thank you. Yep. Thanks, Dan. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes panel 3, and we'll now commence panel 4 and the second last, or the penultimate panel for the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. This next panel will continue on the theme of today, particularly the last couple of panels, which has been around our nuclear-powered submarines. And this particular panel will focus on industry insights and delivering a nuclear industrial base. The panel will be hosted by Rear Admiral David Mann, who's the head of the Virginia Workforce and Commercial. The panel will consist of a number of government and industry officials, including Mr. Alex Walsh, the Chief Nuclear and Capability Officer at the Australian Submarine Corporation, Mr. Steve Lloyd, the Program Director at BAE Systems Submarines, Mr. David Hanley, the Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group, and Miss Alexandra Carlton, the Acting Deputy Director, Programs and Policy for the Australian Submarine Agency. I'll ask them to join me on the stage for a photo to start, and then we'll commence the panel. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025. Admiral Mann, I now hand to you to convene the panel, please.
Thanks very much, Anthony, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here to speak with you all this afternoon. And welcome to the discussion on delivering a nuclear industrial base and workforce. Each of today's panels has so far given us numerous insights into the key role that nuclear technology will play in Australia's defence strategy over the next several decades. Of course, this technology is not self-sustaining, and therefore building and delivering and supporting it will be critical to maintaining the capability. Today, we are joined by 4 experts who are here to share their insights and perspectives on this subject. The acquisition of a conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarine capability under the AUKUS agreement is not just a defence procurement. It is a project that redefines our national capability and our strategic sovereignty. For the Royal Australian Navy, this shift will be fundamental. The optimal pathway ensures the Navy will operate one of the most potent deterrents, essential for maintaining our regional stability and security. However, the success of the submarine strategy does not solely rely on the acquisition of boats and trained crews, but also the capacity of our enterprise workforce and our industrial base to deliver and maintain this potent capability. As I said, our panellists today are specialists with deep expertise in their field. As I note, I'm joined by Alex Carlton up here on the stage this afternoon. Alex joined the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force in 2021, where she was responsible for international policy and agreements. Alex now heads the program that represents the most significant industrial and technical endeavour in Australia's history that will deliver a major boost to Australian industry, jobs, infrastructure and our defence capability. Mr David Hanley leads the Defence Group responsible for as the delivery manager for maritime capabilities and, as importantly, the capability manager for the government's continuous naval shipbuilding and sustainment outcomes. Mr Alex Walsh has 40 years of experience in the nuclear, submarine and power sectors, and at ASC he is now the Chief Nuclear and Capability Officer. And Mr Steve Lloyd served for 36 years in the Royal Navy, with the majority of his career associated with the operation and support of nuclear submarines. And he now leads the BAE component, working with ASC as the Australian shipbuilder to deliver SSN AUKUS. So instead of opening remarks this afternoon, I'm going to pose the opening question to the panel to answer in turn. And that question is, in building a nuclear industrial base for the longer term, how is your organisation balancing the need for immediate capability through investment in workforce, infrastructure, supply chains, and future-proofing the enterprise? And if I could ask Alex Walsh to kick off, please.
Okay, so obviously this is an immense challenge, one of the biggest challenges that's ever been undertaken by Australia. ASC at the moment is recruiting heavily. In the last year we've taken on just about 500 people. But in doing that recruitment, we're being really careful to avoid damaging our supply chain. If I went out and I recruited for experienced people at the moment, fully experienced people, the result would be that I would strip the supply chain and damage the supply chain. So our key focus is on early careers, large graduate and apprentice programs, and also from industries which are adjacent to ours, which are going through maybe dips and which we can attract those workforce. We're also doing an enormous embedment program with our American partners in Pearl Harbor at the moment, and I'm delighted to say we've got over 200 people now working in Pearl Harbor, training with the Pearl Harbor shipyard, working on Virginia-class submarines. And recently we've just had 21 of those people come back, and they're now working in the Surf-West, supporting the Vermont. In addition to all of that, we're helping with the development of the defence industry vendor qualification program. We're pushing very hard to bring those suppliers through with real opportunities to supply into the Virginia ecosystem at this point in time. Over 170 suppliers working through that process. We're currently at wave 4 of that process. And I'm really delighted to say that we're close to the first supplier to actually be qualified being announced. So terrific amount of work going on. It's taking a lot of effort. We'll be needing to continue to do this for the next 10 years as we build that workforce up. And one of the key challenges as we build that workforce up is making sure there's meaningful work for that skilled workforce to keep them skilled before all of the major demands happen in the sustainment and in the build environment. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Alex. Steve?
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, thanks for the opportunity to have a discussion here today. As Alex has just said, we have a huge challenge in front of us. And right at the foundation of that challenge is to understand how much we need when we're talking about establishing a base, and when we need it, and the profile of the skills that we need across that. Because as Alex has just said, it would be a tremendous home goal to invest a huge amount of time, effort, and find that we haven't matched it to the point of consumption. So there's a significant amount of work going on at the moment, and I can speak together with Alex here as we represent the Australian shipbuilder, looking at the skills profile that's needed to deliver a nuclear submarine capability here in Australia. And it's more than that, it's also looking into the industry supply chain and other elements that are all going to come together in an integrated way at the right time with the right numbers of people. So how are we doing that? We're not starting with a clean sheet of paper, and the whole point about AUKUS is that our three governments, the US, Australia, UK, have signed up to this is an international deal where we are going to work together and draw from each other's experiences to a common good. And speaking from the UK perspective, as I spent quite a lot of time in my life in Barrow, there are some blueprints for ideas about how to go about meeting the challenge of growing a workforce. It's not just about getting the workforce through the door. It's making sure we've got the right people, that they've got the right capabilities, that we've got a deal as industry to give to them where they have choice to say, actually, it's your front door I want to come through, and I've got an interest in a career in your industry, because it looks like the right thing, and there's an evidence trail there of how you're investing in me being a potential new employee. What we're seeking to do is look into the supply chain, if you like, of people, and make sure that we reach out now as industry into that supply chain to get the right training so that we've got the right type of people with the right skills in the right place. Now, this is what we've done in UK, and what we're working together with as the Australian shipbuilder and working with the customer ASA is to make sure we tune this contextually the right way for Australia, the right standards, the right professional accreditation, so that the worth of the training scores here. And what we're seeking to do is create an employee value proposition that isn't just about the first day that you become employed in the business, but actually there's evidence of a career path. It may not be the flavour of the month, certainly isn't in UK to have a career for life. If we want people to pay back the investment we're making in them, we have to make an attractive proposition that's evidenced, and that needs a complete join up through government, down through the customer, down through us as the shipbuilder, to say we're up for this. Because if we don't, we will lose the people we've invested in. So there's a near-term plan to get people in, and as Alex has just said, also in UK, we're looking at embedment. We're looking at seed corn coming here to Australia. That's just the beginning. Obviously, what we've got to plan is that scaling up at the right time, right way, right people, working with universities, working with learning centres, tuning it to what we need to get the right numbers at the right time. What we also have to do with industry is tell industry, and this is the power of communication, what it is we need from them to be a competent player in the nuclear playing field that we're going to be on. We have to get this right. And it'll come on in some further questioning there. But the point being, this is an integrated way of putting a proposition together that provides a career path and, by choice, a career path for life.
Thank you very much, Steve. David.
I think for my piece, as David mentioned, I'm responsible for continuous naval shipbuilding and sustainment. That includes submarines and the transition that goes from Collins today to support the optimal pathway into Virginia and then into SSN AUKUS. I don't feel like I'm the only owner of that. I think it's a shared ownership with Alex to my right and Vice Admiral Mead. So we need to work together how that transition occurs. We want to make sure Collins is successful. We maintain the right kind of skill set that we need around that we uplift that skill set, as well as grow the new talent that we need in order to support Virginia and SSN AUKUS. The other part that I'm responsible for, which we haven't talked about yet, is the infrastructure piece. So for me, That's about making sure that the sustainment infrastructure is in place for our nuclear-powered submarines. That will be predominantly based in WA. For that piece of it, it's about getting the requirements right on what the needs are and deriving those into things that we can actually deliver. And for me, the difference between that and perhaps what we might ordinarily deliver is I want to make sure we have infrastructure capability. So, by example, if we get a contingency dock to support our submarines, it can't just be a dock. It's got to be able to be supported, it's got to be alongside, it's got to be maintained, and invariably we've got to be able to take that out of the water at some point as well and maintain that. So I think about infrastructure in terms of capability terms, not just cranes, berths, graving docks and the like. The third thing for me is supply base, which my predecessor here mentioned. That is, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, it's about setting the demand early. Supply base takes a while to ramp up. It needs to be collegiate with what we have for a supply base for shipbuilding, not just submarines. We can't afford to have a different supply base for each. We're not that big a country. We don't have that large a industrial base. So we'll need to work out a way in which we get much more harmonised between submarine supply base and ship supply base.
Thanks, Dave. And it's a really great question, thinking about workforce, infrastructure, supply chain, and future-proofing. And when I think about the task we've been set as the Australian Submarine Agency to deliver the optimal pathway for Australia, it is a huge challenge. The optimal pathway itself is a quite exquisite sort of strategic solution to a nuclear-powered submarine pathway, but it's really difficult to execute, and particularly along the lines that we are talking about. We've got 3 phases, but they all run concurrently. They're all equally important. They all need workforce, they all need infrastructure, they all need experts, and as the other panellists have said, we're doing that against a backdrop of sustaining our current submarine capability and working with our partners in a way that uplifts their industrial bases, as well as creating a stronger trilateral nuclear-powered submarine system for all of us in the future. So we've got a really big part to play in that as the ASA, not only in delivering that pathway, but working with our industry partners and working with trilateral partners. That means lots of different dynamic efforts. So we can look at across phase 1 and phase 2 and working with ASC and our US partners on as Alex mentioned, the 200 now workers in the Pearl Harbor Navy shipyard. Many of those who are back here working on the submarine maintenance period at the moment in Perth. We can look at the initiatives that we've got underpinning the type of workforce that we'll need for that endeavour, whether that's, WA TAFE Centre of Excellence, the new training centre at Stirling that will go up, the $128 million of funding for the 4001 Commonwealth places. I think we mapped that we've got something like over 100 different lines of workforce initiatives to support this work. Similarly for phase 3, which is also happening concurrently, we're really proud to be working with ASC and BAE, and I think they've got a workforce of about almost 500 between them now, so they have grown that workforce in the space of about a year, which has been, an incredible challenge and one we've worked on together, and that gives us great confidence as we head into the build program. But I think just reflecting on one of the comments the panellists made as well is, how we do this with a whole-of-nation endeavour, support from federal government, from the education department, from the skilling sector. So you don't just have the ASA trying to, push program initiatives. You're doing this together with industry, with whole of government. It's the only way that we'll succeed with an endeavour of this size, is to really have that joint effort. And, it has been really heartening being on this program journey, as you mentioned, for the whole 5 years, to just see how all of this is taking shape. And it would be remiss of me to also not mention the states and territories as well. We've got great support from the South Australian government and WA government as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Alex. Do we have any questions from the slide? Excellent, thank you.
We've got a number from the the nuclear stewardship conversation, or the panel this morning, that probably linked better to industry that we've got as well. So I've carried some of those over. The first one is to Steve Lloyd. Is there a risk that other companies or industries will seek to poach the highly qualified people that you develop and train, and how do you seek to address that risk, or where do you see those threats coming from?
Well, the simple answer, of course, is yes. If there's going to be a huge investment in upskilling, then of course those people will become targets. Oil and gas is a very relevant one here in Australia, and high-end tech companies in UK similarly challenged. The answer to this is really what I was alluding to earlier. It's about the strength of the employee value proposition. It isn't just about money. It's about a choice to come and join the business, join the club. And it's what is the pathway that that person can see in front of them for continued professional development, for promotion, for variation in skills throughout a career. And what we're seeing in UK is that this is beginning to work. It's showing benefit. The attrition rates in BAE Submarines in UK is around just over 6%, which in the UK market is a really good low figure. And it's a return on the investment that's being made. This doesn't come simply. The business has to be behind this to bring this to life. You can't fake enthusiasm when you put somebody out there to say, well, how is it? And I take my hats off to the two guys who are just up here explaining what it's like working with the US Navy. Fantastic experience. These are the guys who've got the real experience with heartfelt commitment, telling you how it is, and that's the best ambassador that we can get. And it's that sort of building up of an experience, a return on investment, the businesses doing what they said they would do in developing and delivering that pathway through a career that will be the guardian against that attrition. It's never going to be perfect. Let's be realistic about that. That is life. It's our job to make it as realistic and as beneficial and as attractive, with honesty, as we possibly can. And I think, having seen some of the interviews with our apprentices, your Prime Minister here in Australia was taken around the Skills Academy in Barrow, and our Managing Director makes a point there of not briefing the students there on what to do. They sell it for themselves. They are the ambassadors. They're the ones where you can see that investment has landed, and they sell it for themselves, as I say. And it's that sort of approach we need, the commitment to ensure that we do the best we can to give a good lifestyle, give a good career, and face the competition head on.
No, that's excellent. And just building on that, because there's a number of questions about workforce, as you'd obviously expect. There's a couple of questions around the transition between the Collins-class conventional powered submarine and then moving to nuclear powered. What does that mean for industry and the workforce? And then the balance between construction in Adelaide and sustainment in WA, and what that model looks like, and how industry is working to generate the required workforces and the required experience and suited qualified people in the two locations. So I suppose we start with the industry view, and then we'll go to the...
Alex is probably the best to talk about that.
Absolutely. So it's been when we were in ASC faced with the previous submarine program, the attack class program, we absolutely suffered enormous amounts of attrition in key people. There was a time when we took a 20% attrition in the engineering workforce at ASC in 1 year, and that severely damaged our capacity and capability at that time. Of course, when the attack program shut down, the sovereign shipbuilding talent pool was put in place, and an enormous number of those people came back to ASC, and we had an infusion of over 250 people. The majority of those, well over 200, I think it's around 220, are still with ASC now. And I'm glad to say the attrition rate in ASC is not quite as good as BA Systems. It's about 8%, which is really good compared with the rest of Australian industry. So we're really quite pleased with that. And as I said, as Steve said, employee value proposition is a key driver there. And particularly in West Australia, we're seeing a change where people who have done FIFO in the early parts of their career, as they start to try to settle down and have families, they like the stability and long-term roles, being able to get home to their families in the evening, and that's giving us good retention and attraction in West Australia. Now, as far as Collins is concerned, obviously the skills that in Collins we want to be able to use in SSN, AUKUS, and in the sustainment program as well, and our staff want to go on to those roles as well. We have to assess how many we are going to allow to move, and control that carefully, but at the same time recognise that people have career aspirations, and if we don't look after those career aspirations, then those people will find another way to meet their career aspirations, and our attrition rate will go up. So we're doing programs such as forward filling, which means that we bring in new staff into the Collins program, upskill them in the Collins program, which gives us the ability to be able to move people through Collins and allow other people to move out of Collins to go feed the rest of the enterprise. But we are doing that in a very careful and controlled way. And at the moment it's working because of, as I said, the attrition rate is staying around 8%. In fact, it's fallen a little bit recently. So we can keep that up.
No, excellent. Did Deputy Secretary say, do you have any thoughts on that, being that
I definitely agree with what Alex said. It's getting the balance right. We will not have a SSN AUKUS capability, Virginia-class capability, unless we protect the resources that we have on Collins. That's got a long life to go, and we've got to make sure we're making it attractive for our engineers, our marine technicians to stay with Collins, but at the same time meet the growth targets that we have for SSN AUKUS. So I'd say that's a daily knife fight that we need to go through. But it's one where both myself, Alex, ASC, and Admiral Mead are very much focused on the long-term outcomes. So although we have to go through that process on a weekly, if not daily basis, having a long-term view, strategic view, means we will get to the outcome on both counts.
Thank you. Alex, Carlton, a question for yourself. This morning there was a number of questions about social licence. This question relates to how do you work with the local communities to assure them that we'll be good neighbours and good stewards of the capability?
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent question, and social licence is always a hot topic in our organisation. And with the communities, I mean, we try to regularly engage at all levels of government and with the community to get the messages out there. So, strong communication from ministers at a federal level to set the scene on why nuclear-powered submarines is critical, and we've had great support from the DPM and Mindy and the PM and other government ministers in doing that sort of strategic scene setting. We've had excellent, support from the premiers as well. And then we spend a lot of time with the local communities and mayors, and that's really in setting out the sort of safety and stewardship obligations that we see as the Australian Submarine Agency and as the Australian Defence Force in terms of operating this capability and how we will protect people. We are really trying hard to build on the strong safety record of our partners and communicate that to people and make information readily available to them to demystify this technology. It's a difficult environment in Australia where, we don't have a civil nuclear energy program. It's a technology that is less well understood than perhaps in other parts of the world. So we really do have a very strong obligation to be transparent, to answer questions, to give as much information to the community as we possibly can. That is challenging to get those messages out there, to get them out there in the right way. I think we feel like we've got a lot of growth in that space. particularly on the sort of social licence in the communities where we will be building and sustaining and operating nuclear-powered submarines. But there's a lot of work that is going into that to build and win trust, and we've got a great foundation of support from our partners, and they've got a really long demonstrated history of doing this well, so working closely with them to replicate their system as much as we can, and it is a very open and honest commitment from us that we want to be part of the team, we want to be part of the community, and that's very genuine.
Thanks, Alex. The next one relates to the fact that a lot of the workforce focuses around the blue-collar side in terms of actually building the platforms. Is there an intent to develop a sovereign submarine design capability here in Australia?
Maybe best for you, Steve, to talk about that, the transition from the UK.
Well, the matter of actually generating a design capability is a matter for the Australian government. But what I would say is that the design for this particular platform is coming from UK. And it doesn't mean to say that doesn't need a design capability in Australia. It's absolutely vital that here in Australia there's an understanding of that design, so that taking ownership of the platform and providing the through-life assurance of continued safety is absolutely at the forefront of everybody's minds here. So while it may not equate in the very, very near term to the development of a full-on platform design capability, there are threads of what are there to make Australia achieve, or to help Australia achieve, that sovereign capability that it's looking for. The nuclear regulator will expect that there is a controlling mind that understands the nature of the product that it's seeking to manage. And that comes through knowledge of the design. And again, I'll just touch on something that we as the sort of Australian shipbuilder are looking at. We are seeking to ensure through embedments back to UK, and I know the government is also working on as well, back to UK, to make sure that the appropriate levels of understanding and knowledge of that design are being grown to ensure that the stewardship of the platform when it arrives here is competently executed. And again, as Alex says, nobody's alone in this. This is a tri-national endeavour, and there is a hallmark in it that we're here to succeed, and that's going to demand that interaction of effort that's going to be necessary to impart that transfer of knowledge.
No, thank you. The next one's more of a technical one, and it's about the value of the system in the transition between Virginia, SSN AUKUS, and then whatever comes after that, and just how much system commonality is there to de-risk the evolution of those boats and the introduction into service and the through-life support.
Alex, maybe one for you. Have you got any commentary on?
So there are common types of systems on the boats. Of course, the SSN AUKUS design is in development at the moment. But the skills that are generated are applicable across multiple platforms. I also think one of the things that we often underestimate is that take the 200 people that we put out into Pearl Harbor and the people that we are embedding into Barrow. It's not just the skills that they pick up. They get immersed in a nuclear culture, and they bring back a cadre of that nuclear culture back into Australia, which we can use to help drive the necessary nuclear mindset, which is going to be needed for the management of these boats into the future. So although there's really good reasons to develop an organic training capability for the future, we mustn't lose sight of the benefit of bringing that culture back.
And if I can, I'd probably add that as well as the workforce piece that Alex talked about, what we do want, I think, is commonality in the supply base. Yeah. So, we're not going to talk about system commonality, but I think the supply base that supports the systems, whether it be Collins, Virginia, or SSN AUKUS, and what's next, that's where we get Australian sovereign capability, and that's what we've got to protect at all costs. So that's certainly a focus on the system side.
Steve, you had a point there.
I was just going to reinforce.
Sorry.
No. absolutely support what you're saying there.
Yeah.
We're not going to click our fingers and UK and Australian and US submarines are the same. That's just not going to happen. But the point's well made. A strategic objective of the AUKUS programme is for increased capacity, capability and resilience in our supply chains. It's a fact that they are not where they need to be at the moment. And there's mutuality of benefit in working to bring that closer together and offer. What I'd really like to emphasise as well is the point that Alex has made about nuclear mindset. It's almost impossible to overstate the importance of this nuclear mindset and just to get it right. Can I give you one little example of something that happened in a nuclear infrastructure program that I happened to be involved in? We were trying to set up a reinforcing network, reinforcing bar prior to a concrete core, and a guy couldn't quite get a piece of reinforcing bar in the right place and moved some of the rebar, and the concrete was poured. In moving that rebar by a few millimetres, it contravened the safety case for the building, and we had to demolish that section of the building. The guy wasn't aware of what the nuclear mindset meant translated into an infrastructure environment. So this mindset is not just about building the platform, it's not just about operating the platform, and I wouldn't wish to minimise the importance of either of those. It's right across the piece. It goes all the way through the supply chain, it goes through the infrastructure supply chain as well. We have to get this right, because if we get it wrong, coming back to Alex's point about the social licence, we need to be able to stand in front of the public and say, we know what we're doing, we know the standards, there's the evidence of us getting it right. That keeps the social licence alive. If any of us get that wrong, it increases the challenge of maintaining that social licence, and we cannot afford to have that eroded.
Thanks, Steve. Just building off that again, so a number of you identified the greatest strengths and achievements. Where do you see the greatest vulnerabilities in the program?
You want to start?
No one wants to go first. Look, I mean, Vice Admiral Mead and our organisation, I think, is on the public record of saying workforce is our biggest challenge. And we've, covered off a lot of the reasons why in this previous discussion. That will remain true. That will probably remain true for the, for the life cycle of building, sustaining and operating and disposing of nuclear-powered submarines. It is a huge endeavour. It will require 20,000 plus people just here in Australia working on all those aspects of the program across industry and government. It will require sustained political support, sustained financial support. We've got to win hearts and minds to get the people. The people are at the centre of the program, so workforce is sort of undoubtedly, in my mind, the biggest challenge.
Can I just build on that? I think if I look at the number of kids who are coming through into STEM subjects at university, we're low down in the G20 in the percentage who come through. And a significant proportion of those aren't born in Australia, and that limits our ability to employ those people. When we look at that, we have to think about, well, how do we attract people into the defence industry and into the nuclear defence industry? And that's when you're competing against people who are thinking of youngsters who are very principled and thinking about going into green technologies and other things. It means that we've really got to work on making sure people understand the social licence, and we start talking about that right the way from the very earliest days in primary schools and through education to start pulling them through. And that's going to take intervention by role models, getting out into schools and doing activities with kids which get them interested in this type of technology and interested in what we're doing in defence and submarines to pull them through. So that all feeds into the social licence piece. This is a really complex puzzle that's got to be solved so we can maintain the workforce.
No, Steve, did you have a... Steve?
I was just going to go upstream one notch. Absolutely, workforce is a challenge for us. The sort of figures that are being tabled are large. But we need to know when that workforce is needed to set the target right, to aim at the right thing and get all of our energy focused on recruiting, training and stabilising that number. And the challenge I think we all have, and we are all working hard together, this is an integrated effort, is bringing together a common understanding of the plan, the schedule that we're aiming at. And when we have that artifact together, that's going to be the blueprint for saying that's when we need the people. And we can then do all of the initiatives that we've just been talking about here with purpose, with a common target, to make sure we've got the right people at the right place at the right time. So there's an environment in which the recruitment of the workforce has to be created and enabled.
Thanks, Steve. On day one of the conference, the Deputy Prime Minister said that our strategic circumstances are the most dire since the end of the Second World War, and the Minister for Defence Industry spoke about the need for speed to capability as a result of that. How do you seek to balance the need to embed a nuclear mindset, but also move with speed to deliver capability in response to those circumstances?
David, have you got a thought on that from your sort of the crossover between your industry experience and your defence experience?
Sure. I think speed to capability is very important, and clearly we're on a tight schedule here for delivering continuity for Collins and then into Virginia and SS and AUKUS. But I'd also argue that we need to do it in a very methodical way. The last thing we want to do is, and I think you gave a great example of where we can get it wrong if we don't have the right mindset. So I think having some of those strong cultural aspects around nuclear mindset, being very methodical around requirements and delivering against those, I think they're the things that, from industry's perspective, will be most important in order to be ultimately successful. We've got to have a long-term view as well. I think would be the other aspect of that, rather than short-term wins that may be great publicity events or appease the social licence piece. I think it's about having that strategic long-term view and being very balanced.
Our partners in naval reactors have a great saying, which is right is fast. So we sort of stick to that inside the agency.
Yeah, no, nicely said. And just on that as well, with SSN AUKUS, obviously we've spoken this week a lot about we're stronger with our allies and partners. Are there other benefits within AUKUS, particularly around Pillar 1 and the nuclear-powered submarine, from the three nations and the three navies working together in comparison to the Collins class model? You know, we're a single owner of and sustainer of a particular platform. I think that seems quite logical, but there's a couple of questions there about that, about what are the other benefits that are there and of working together as a greater group of organisations and countries to achieve the outcome.
I, for one, can see the crossover that's occurring for me, notwithstanding the great work that we're doing on SSN AUKUS, but all that is over that trilateral framework, that trilateral relationship is flowing into other things that we do in shipbuilding and sustainment more broadly. There's a quadrilateral going on right this very moment in another conference room that is getting the skills and experience across both ships and submarines together to understand what are the lessons learned, how do we tackle industry, how do we tackle infrastructure, and in a far more collegiate way than perhaps we've ever had before. So I'm certainly seeing the benefits that flow from SSN AUKUS, or from the AUKUS.
I mean, I'd agree with that. I think, you know, a strong trilateral submarine base and a strong maritime industrial base in Australia is critical to our national security and what we can do as a country to protect our interests and project Australia's national interest into the region is, you know, of great benefit to our partners as well. So, you know, us being a nuclear-powered submarine capable country and one with a strong navy is, is critical to our future, to our national security, and to that of our partners, and industry is critical to that. So it all brings strength and goodness.
No, I think we'll just I think we've got time for one more question. I'll hand back to yourself, sir, for some concluding remarks. The skilled workforce and migration, is there any initiatives underway to target particular skilled overseas workforces to draw them into the program and build on the skills that aren't necessarily resident here in Australia?
I'll kick off on that one just very briefly. It's almost obvious that the nuclear skills in the context of SSN AUKUS, there's already great work going on with the Virginia class aligned with the US. When we look at some of the timescales necessary to grow the experience, it's not just qualification. The guys have got to be experienced in what they're doing. Nuclear springs up quite quickly as one of those key targets. And yes, there is indeed a set of plans emerging as to how we're going to seek, in both directions, bring people here to Australia with that knowledge, but also, importantly, from Australia, going back, in this instance for SSN AUKUS, to UK, to go and live, breathe, work in the environment of Barrow, to go and pick up those skills. And similarly for Rolls-Royce when we're looking at skills associated with the reactor plant. So yes, very much looking at cross-pollination to get the benefit for both parties. And I would just emphasise, at the end of the day, what's this about? This is about we're better together. That this capacity, capability, resilience, it's a natural outcome. If we get this right, we will be better together. And that surely is a target worth chasing.
No, thanks, Steve. So, Chris, some final concluding remarks?
Yeah, certainly. Thanks very much, Anthony. And thanks again to the panellists this afternoon. A great opportunity for a discussion on this really important topic. And I just wanted to cover off on a couple of things. Obviously, we discussed a bit about infrastructure today, and our key focus, obviously, in South Australia, building the yard and our Skills and Training Academy campus there through our partners in ANI and in Western Australia. At HMAS Stirling, the progress there has been pretty astonishing as well. The training centre seems to go up a floor every month or so, and ground clearance for a number of the other key buildings well and truly underway on the island. And of course, accommodation is ready there for the influx of our UK and US partners. In terms of the supply base, I think it was both Steve and Dave made really strong points about the strong signals required, from defence and from the ASA into industry. And also it's about investment, so from industry's own investment, investment from the Commonwealth, some of the key things that we've heard over the last couple of days here from companies such as HII about dual-use technologies, and then access into the UK and US markets through our vendor qualification programs. And finally, I think Alex Carlton said it the best, the workforce for us is the most important. Whilst the submarines are a little bit off in the future, as is some of the infrastructure, the people are here and right now. And to get the 20,000 people we require to get over the next 3 decades across the APS, the ADF and industry is a big ask. 130 programs across the broader naval shipbuilding and sustainment organisation. 30 of those directly focused on nuclear-powered submarine work. We need the help and the assistance and the close integration of our trilateral partners and, of course, our industry partners. And I think one of the final points I think that Steve made that is important to me, and that is about service. Whilst we often get thanked, those of us in uniform, for our service, we should not forget that those members of the APS and those members of industry that choose to be in our enterprise do it from a position of choice. They choose to do the job they're doing because they have other options out there, and in many occasions some of those other options are better paid. So you don't just need to wear a uniform. Your uniform might be protective equipment, or it might be sort of the day-glow orange shirt that you see some of the tradespeople wear, but about the service and about the kind of workforce that we need. So if you'd like to join me in thanking our panellists this afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the second last or the penultimate panel for today, and I'll shortly introduce the final panel, which will be about the Indian Ocean and Australia's national interests. Ladies and gentlemen, the final panel for the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference, as I said, will be a discussion on the Indian Ocean and Australia's national interests. The panel will be hosted by the Deputy Chief of Navy, Rear Admiral Matt Buckley, and he's joined by an esteemed distinguished list of panellists. They are Miss Celia Perkins, the Deputy Secretary from Security and Estate within the Department of Defence, Mr Bernard Phillip, the First Assistant Secretary, International Policy from the Australian Department of Defence, Mr David Brewster from the Australian National University's National Security College, Professor Peter Dean, who returns after day one in his interview with the Chief of Navy, who is the General Sir Francis Hassett, Chair of Military Studies at the Australian War College, and Miss Linda Dawson, who's the Head of the Western Australian Office of Defence Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indo-Pacific 2025, and to DCN, Sarah, I invite you to convene the panel.
All right, well, good afternoon, and here we are at the final panel of the week. We've been joined by some outstanding panellists over the last few days, and this panel is no different, a really esteemed group of experts. I'll make a few brief introductory remarks. It's a real delight to chair this panel. There's a saying in our Navy, especially amongst sailors who have spent much of their career in WA, where about a third of our Navy is home ported, and it is West is best. And, you know, that is because of the great support that our Navy has from Western Australia. And so while this week we've been in Sydney and we've been thinking about the presence of our Navy and our Navy enterprise on the East Coast, there's an equally significant enterprise in the West. We're going to be closing the conference, therefore, with a gaze to the West, with a discussion on this strategically significant region. It's a critical maritime theatre for Australia's future security and prosperity. The Indian Ocean, a topic of particular interest to me, having spent the bulk of my seagoing career at least, operating from West Australian shores and into that vast ocean. Australia, as it happens, has one of the largest Indian Ocean coastlines of a single nation. The region is essential to our security and prosperity as a global economic superhighway through which passes much of the world's energy, huge amounts of raw materials, iron ore in particular, and the largest part of our outbound trade happens from the West Coast. In an era defined by geopolitical competition, the importance of the Indian Ocean is once again coming into focus. And for someone who's lived for much of my life in Perth, gazing to the west and north of this continent gives you a little bit of a different perspective than those who spend much of the time on the East Coast gazing into the Pacific. So that's something we might explore today. Certainly for Australia, our interests are linked to maintaining stability and upholding the rule of law and working with a wide range of partners in this region, many of whom are represented at this conference: India, Indonesia, other Southeast Asian and South Asian states, our friends and partners from the Middle East, and indeed in East Africa. We all work together to ensure open access and shared prosperity. Certainly over the last couple of decades, Australia has sought to strengthen this engagement in the region. We've recently established a High Commission in the Maldives and a Consulate General in Bengaluru. Only last year, Perth was host to the Indian Ocean Defence and Security Conference. There'll be another one of those again in 2026 in May, so it'd be great to see many of you there. And for our Navy, we've long been engaged in the IONS Forum. To help us navigate this intricate and vital strategic domain, we've assembled a very exceptional panel of experts who'll delve into the policy choices and strategic opportunities that lie ahead. And I really look forward to a robust and insightful discussion. So I'm going to ask each to provide us with some insights. So I'm going to start with those from outside of the department first. So I'm going to ask you first, Linda, with the tee off that, is that West is best? Is that a fair saying?
Of course it is, Matt. West is best. And you're a great advertisement for it too, which is fantastic to partner with you. Look, very pleased to be here today. Thank you for having us. So I represent the West Australian Government, and maybe a few facts and figures about Western Australia. So we are the only sort of Indian Ocean facing state of the country. We're a third of the continent, some 2.6 million square kilometres of land. We are the largest sort of land jurisdiction for healthcare anywhere in the world, but we also have a very dispersed population and regionally, some regionally remote sort of areas, some 12,000 kilometres of coastline, which the Navy knows very well, as do sort of a number of our resource companies with their shipping sort of partnerships. We have very good and close relationships with all of our regional partners. In fact, it's easier for us to fly and closer to fly to Singapore than it is to fly to the east coast of Australia and get to Brisbane. So we see our near neighbours to the north and to the subcontinent and even across the ocean to Africa as very close and important to us. We are a trading state. 50% of Australia's exports depart from the northern sort of corridor of Western Australia in resources and energy sort of supplies into sort of the ASEAN region. Much of that goes through the Malacca Straits and the other straits north of us, so very important sort of for the Australian economy and the West Australian economy to keep those trade routes open. 20% of Australia's GDP comes from Western Australia, and we have the fastest growing economy on average over the last decade in the nation. So small but mighty, and we are sort of blessed with sort of both geography in terms of our geostrategic location, but also in terms of geology as well. So very heavy mineral state, some 134 sort of mining projects in the state, mining some 50 minerals. Around 2/3 of the periodic tables are underneath our shores. Very capable workforce, very heavy industrial base, and looking forward to being the gateway to AUKUS for Australia as part of Surf West kick-off in 2027. I'll leave it with that, Matt.
Thanks, Linda. And I think it's great to sort of situate our partners, many who may not have been to Western Australia, and just to understand the vastness of that state, as you've alluded to, enormous resources and some interesting recent focus in terms of rare earths, much of which is, as you've alluded to, being prosecuted in the West. Now, I might go to Peter, who, including in your extensive career, has spent a bit of time in WA and indeed thinking about the role of the Indian Ocean in our national security.
Yes, thanks for that. So I'm an adopted Western Australian. I think I was at least there for 5 years. So I'll build a little bit upon what Linda's just said, but I've also attended a couple of the panels the last few days, and one of the things I think that I highlight, there's a lot of talk about, the recurrent theme of sea blindness, Australia being a bit more girt by beach, but I want to add another element to that, and that would be West Coast amnesia. It's 3,500 kilometres away, and the majority of the population lives on this side of the world. And if you look at the Defence Strategic Review, which I had the pleasure of working on, there's one map in the public version of that document, and it tilts Australia on its side, not just because Stephen Smith's a Western Australian, but it actually gets to the point of the geographic location of that part of the country to East Asia in particular and through Southeast Asia. And I think that's a really important element. So we've got to keep focused on the Indian Ocean dimension of what we're doing. And there's some really good reasons for that. I mean, it's 70 million square kilometres. It's 3 billion people. It is 50% of global shipping costs the Indian Ocean. 80% of maritime oil trade goes across the Indian Ocean. 40% of offshore global oil production, and 65% of global oil reserves. As we heard in one of the other panels, 91% of Australian oil supply comes across the Indian Ocean. So this is critically important, but I'd argue we're still developing a solid strategic focus on the Indian Ocean from an Australian perspective. It is still too much the second sea, but it really needs a kind of reorientation to what is happening there. Linda gave you some of the economic statistics. I mean, what she's talking about there in trade is $130 billion of Australian trade annually. And you know, the iron ore exports that just come out of Port Hedland alone make up for 4% of our GDP of our country every year. Just that one port and just that one particular exports. Shameless plug, I did a report in September on the future of Australia's engagement with the Indian Ocean over the next 10 years. It's on the US Studies Centre website if you want to have a look. And one of the things I identified there was sort of 5 key trends that we should be watching. Firstly, the increasing multipolarity of the Indian Ocean region. Secondly, the significantly increasing India-China strategic competition that is happening in that region. The increasing risk of simultaneous conflicts across the breadth of the Indo-Pacific if conflict does break out. So a conflict in, say, over Taiwan in East Asia would not necessarily be limited to that sphere, particularly given the equities that the major players have on trade, supply, and other issues that would have to cross the Indian Ocean. The contrast, fourthly, the constraints on Indian leadership, that is both from a diplomatic point of view because of their relations in the region, but also the constraints that exist on Indian military power. The growth of defence spending is not keeping up with their GDP growth. And the pivot we've seen in the last couple of years is away from maritime capabilities for the Indian military and back to air and land power capabilities because of the conflicts they've had on their border in recent years. So we're getting an atrophy of Indian maritime power in the theatre. And the last but really important thing for us is US expectations on Australia in the Indian Ocean. And there are different equities that the US have in this region compared to us. Over the next 10 years with those trends, I see things such as the plateauing or decreasing of US presence and power in the Indian Ocean. They don't have the same trade dependencies the rest of us do, and they don't have a territorial requirement to be there. And US strategists, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, talk about the Indian Ocean as an economy of force area, and they're looking to India and Australia to do more. So we've got to be really conscious of that. At the same time, we're seeing increasing Chinese presence of the PLAN in operations in the area, an increased surge of their capabilities, and the big thing I will also point out is an increasing of their submarine operations out in the region, particularly as the types of long-range capabilities the Chinese Navy has in the submarine area really radically expand. So I'll leave that as a cover, setting the scene. I certainly want to come back and have a chance to talk about the centrality of AUKUS to all of those trends and issues that I've pointed out as well.
Great. Thanks, Peter. I think you've put some really great grist into the mill for us to discuss, and I think you've set up David Brewster quite nicely with some of your remarks. David, you've spent quite a bit of time thinking and writing about the region, and in particular, the region which, you can't ignore, the world's most populous country that sat right in the middle and the top of the Indian Ocean.
Thanks, sir. So I'll start out with a comment that's maybe a little provocative, and that's Australia's interests in the Indian Ocean are firstly very similar to, but also in some ways more important than our interests in the Pacific. As Peter mentioned, a significant proportion of our exports leave from Western Australia through our northwest approaches through Southeast Asia, so securing those immediate approaches are an absolute imperative. Also essential for our economic well-being, the long-distance slocks across the northern Indian Ocean. But equally important to these material interests are our regional interests. And they are to promote a region that is stable and prosperous, and where all countries, large and small, are free from coercion and can pursue their own aspirations. Historically, Australia's interests or relationships in the Indian Ocean region have been quite thin. And to a significant extent that comes from Australia's historical reliance on the Royal Navy and then the US Navy to secure that area, so we paid much less attention to it. Over the last 10, 15, 20 years, Australia has given a lot of focus to developing our defence relationship with India, and that's been a really successful enterprise. But there remains a significant gap in our relationship with smaller Indian Ocean countries, as much as India is and will remain Australia's key security partner in the region. We need to diversify our relationships to help promote regional stability and security. Over the last dozen years or so, Australia has developed a very close and trusted relationship with Sri Lanka, which was initially focused on stopping irregular migration, but which has now expanded into a broad-based maritime security relationship. And it's fair to say that Sri Lanka is one of Australia's closest partners in the Indian Ocean region, and the level of trust and comfort I have seen between the two countries really can be hardly overstated. Relationships with other nearby countries such as Bangladesh and Maldives are less developed, but I'm glad to say they are developing fast. You may know that Australia is about to transfer a Guardian-class vessel to Maldives, which will be a significant enhancement to the MNDF's capabilities. And Australia is also working with the Bangladesh Navy to enhance their capabilities and Coast Guard capabilities. And underlying this is an overall effort to enhance regional maritime domain awareness. But there remains real significant gaps in our regional relationships, particularly among Indian Ocean states. Indeed, while Australia has a comprehensive strategy towards the Pacific, Southeast Asia, even the Southern Ocean, we do not have a comprehensive strategy towards the Indian Ocean. And indeed, the way that Australia has drawn the lines on the map that defines what is and what is not the Indo-Pacific is a real significant bureaucratic impediment to our engagement with the broader region. So this approach has tended towards incrementalism and being ad hoc. That's no longer, in the current circumstances, sufficient. We need to be developing quickly our security relationships with a broader region that goes past the central Indian Ocean and encompasses the entirety of the Indian Ocean, including the Western Islands and East Africa, in different ways. But it needs to be part of a comprehensive and coherent regional strategy.
Thanks, David, and always appreciate a potentially sort of provocative thought at the start, but I guess it depends where you live. If you said that in Perth, you'd probably have, strong agreement, but of course, if you said it here in Sydney or maybe in Melbourne, people don't give the Indian Ocean much of a thought. You've also, I think, set up Bernard Phillip, who leads our International Policy Division, well, to make a few comments about how the department approaches that region.
Thanks very much, Matt. Well, I wanted to start with history and to make a point that the Navy's Sea Power Centre makes, which is that Fremantle was the largest submarine base in the Southern Hemisphere during World War II and played a critical role in Allied victory. And I'll say this as a Western Australian by marriage, if you visit the WA Maritime Museum in Fremantle, there's some fantastic displays of this shared history. So it's a different strategic environment now, but the geography is enduring. In terms of how we see the Indian Ocean, I think other panellists have set it out well in terms of the significant economic, export, energy flow interests that we have. In Defence's case, we also rely on these trade flows to be able to prepare and deploy our forces and critical capabilities, so very direct impact on defence. As Peter has set out, strategic competition in the Indian Ocean is intensifying. Notably, China has a growing presence through its PLA Navy deployments and Chinese investments in ports and other key infrastructure, and we anticipate this to continue in the coming years. In the Indian Ocean, as in East Asia, Australia's position is that all countries should display transparency in their actions and their military posture and uphold UNCLOS and international law. In terms of what we're doing about it, we have clear direction from the National Defence Strategy that Australia's primary area of military interest includes the Northeast Indian Ocean. And so we're very much seeking to contribute to regional stability and collective deterrence through deepening partnerships. As Admiral Buckley has said, we've been able to expand our diplomatic footprint in the region in recent years. We also now have defence attachés and advisors resident in India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, and accredited to the Maldives and Nepal, and some of our DAs are here today. We're pursuing a wide range of other engagement options, as has been mentioned, I think, by David. Deputy Prime Minister Miles announced that we will gift a Guardian-class patrol vessel to Maldives, and we continue to work with Maldives and Sri Lanka to support their hydrographic capability development. Our defence cooperation is very active, particularly in training education with all of the countries in the region, and we have stepped that up in recent years. We're also very much committed to supporting the regional architecture, particularly the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium and the Indian Ocean Rim Association. And the Quad, I think, can play a very important role and is playing an important role in maritime domain awareness. I wanted to finish on two issues. One was under AUKUS. We will see this very significant development in the next 2 years with the establishment of the Submarine Rotational Force West, where US and UK submarines will have that presence at HMAS Stirling. The commander of Indo-Pacific Command, Admiral Paparo, has commented publicly on the importance of Surf West to US theatre posture. We're also taking steps to really deepen our defence relationship with India. We had the first visit to Australia by an Indian Defence Minister a couple of weeks back, and the two sides are really committed to an ambitious program to deepen our relationship, and much of that is centred in the maritime space. So we see an enormous amount of potential to work with partners. I did finally want to put in a plug for the report that Peter mentioned that the US Studies Centre has done. I think it does really set out a roadmap for how Australia might think about our Indian Ocean engagement in the coming decade.
Thanks, Bernard. You've talked significantly about the department's really significant efforts facing West and North. Celia Perkins, you've got some very significant accountabilities in that part of the country. Others have already talked about the very significant maritime undertakings over there, not only the Surf West initiative, the stationing of our own nuclear-powered submarines. Many of the Megami frigates will be based in Western Australia. They'll be built there. Our Army watercraft as an earlier panel. The NDS also called out the importance of our bases in the north and west. And again, for those who are visiting and haven't been there, these are very remote parts of the country. So really look forward to your initial thoughts on this subject matter.
Thank you so much, Matt, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I think you can tell in any organisation where we really value elements of our strategy by where the investment flows. And if you're not aware, I run security in the State Group, and we are the integrated infrastructure security and service delivery organisation. And as we implement the National Defence Strategy, the level of infrastructure investment that we are pursuing is reorienting and shaping the defence estate right across the country, but with a real focus on responding to the strategic environment and supporting a strategy of denial. And that very much means that we need to uplift our ability to operate and project force from the north and the west. I want to just focus on 4 or 5 of the most significant infrastructure investments where we are doing our most challenging work, and that is in the west and in the Indian Ocean region. There's an overall investment in the National Defence Strategy of $14 to $18 billion going into this work, and I'll start with Stirling and Surf West, which a number of panellists have already mentioned, because it is our most challenging priority and it's my number one priority. The government has committed $8 billion to upgrades at HMAS Stirling. I hope there's some HMAS Stirling people here and online. If you haven't been to Stirling in the last year or so, you would not be able to believe the amount of work underway. You can't move for construction. And we are on track to deliver by 2027 an operational nuclear-powered submarine base, and I'm incredibly proud of that work we've been doing collectively. The HMAS Stirling priority upgrades to support Surf West are essentially 10 major capital infrastructure projects, and it has been a phenomenally successful program so far. In a very short space of time, less than 2 years, we've navigated quite a unique approach to capital investment of that kind. We've navigated exemptions and approvals through parliamentary committees. We've completed successfully environmental referral processes. We've achieved nuclear regulatory approvals for construction, and we've engaged really enormously with our WA government colleagues and in that community. It will be quite a significant undertaking in the entirety of the Surf West delivery, and all elements of that priority infrastructure work are now essentially in delivery. And if you've ever built a house, you'll know that once you're up out of the ground and delivering, it gets a lot easier. I won't speak too much about the Henderson Defence Precinct, but it is a really important part of the government's overall strategy to support not just Surf West but also continuous naval shipbuilding, and the government recently announced $12 billion in initial funding for that precinct. We anticipate it'll be about double that total. But the capabilities we operate from the northwest aren't just maritime, but they are critical and strategic. We're doing an enormous amount of work on the Northwest Cape in the Exmouth region for a range of capabilities that support operations into the Indian Ocean. RAF Base Learmonth, we're investing over $800 million to upgrade infrastructure to support air tanker operations and expand fuel and ordnance storage. And we're investing in many other capabilities on the Cape, from the Harold E. Holt Naval Communications Station to some of the space and other capabilities. These are really important strategic contributions that Australia makes to coalition operations. Further north, we'll be investing in RAF Base Curtin to do runway upgrades and further upgrades there. I'll just also mention Cocos-Keeling Island. You will not get a more challenging infrastructure program than an airfield upgrade in a remote Indian Ocean island with a supply chain that stretches 3,000 kilometres back to Fremantle. You don't do anything on Cocos-Keeling without flying it in or shipping it in, but that project is progressing really well and will give us an extended capability, particularly to support P8 Poseidon aircraft and really uplift our capacity for maritime surveillance in the Indian Ocean. And we know that that's a capability that will be not only important to Australia but to our allies and partners, and a number of panellists mentioned our growing relationship with India, and they are a country really interested in that work. So the National Defence Strategy's clear focus for us is being really backed in hard by infrastructure delivery to really give the ADF the capability to work across the north and west much more effectively in the future. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah. Thanks, Celia. And I might just quickly go to Peter Dean before we go to Slido, because you sort of gave us an opportunity in your introduction. Celia's talked about the very significant undertakings from an infrastructure point of view in Western Australia, but I wouldn't mind just getting your views quickly on how the ADF force structure is pivoting in terms of that region, and also what it means to our allies and partners and their potential force posture. How does the west coast of Australia and the sort of access and reach it gives into the region, how does that sort of compare to other parts of the country?
Look, I think, you know, what Celia in particular has hit on is absolutely critical is the infrastructure investment. If I had my way, she'd get more money to go faster. And at the tip of that, of course, is AUKUS. I mean, the strategy that we have is a regional balancing strategy. At the core of that regional balancing strategy is the military component power of that. The presence of the PLA in our region is only going to grow. I mentioned the other equities, and the one way we really have at the hard end element to influence that is the delivery of AUKUS. A submarine rotational force, whether the US submarines are operating in the ocean or transiting through it, creates a significant increase in capability. Then Australian SSNs fundamentally enhances that, and the delivery of SSN AUKUS over time is really critical. So that is the big contribution. You mentioned, Matt, as well, the Mogami-class frigates, the great expansion of the surface fleet there, the building of them, that's going to significantly enhance that. And the P8 operations out of Cocos Keeling, if you take a range radius of a P8 aircraft and move it and stick it over Cocos Keeling, you can fundamentally cover the whole of the primary area of military interest for Australia in that part of the region. That also then gives us a wonderful ability to cooperate with our US P8 partners, but also our Indian P8 partners. And I think that's really, really critical for that. So it gives us an ability to extend our ISR and maritime domain awareness. And one thing from a broader strategic thing I will give a plug to, the Quad relationship is really significant. It's largely been focused on public goods, but I think it's high time that it has a defence pillar to it. I mean, let's be honest, the rest of the region assumes that we're working on the Quad in a way to balance against China. Our strategies all say that's what we're doing. So we've invested in the diplomatic cost for that, but we're not reaping the defence rewards for that. So adding a pillar into that about maritime domain awareness, ISR in the Indian Ocean, and thickening up our cooperation between the Quad countries, I can see has only been a positive and something that everybody else, a lot of the other states in the region assume we're actually already doing.
Thanks, Peter, and I think your comments, those the other panellists, no doubt have brought a few Slido questions.
Yeah, I've got quite a few there, sir. So the first one's for Linda Dawson. It builds on Professor Dean's initial remarks around West Coast amnesia and how do we bridge that gap between the East and the West and use the West as the staging ground to kind of enter into the Indian Ocean region.
We're still digging the channel from COVID, so we won't secede. Look, I think there is a real East-West Coast divide, and there's a lot of people on the East Coast who actually don't even travel to the West Coast, who've never been to the West Coast. And that is problematic because, or there are people who've been and haven't been for a long time, and their understanding of what Western Australia is 20 or 30 years old, and it is a much more dynamic location, incredibly innovated and very, very globally connected. We're a population of across the whole state of over 3 million and on track to be about 3.5 million by the mid-2030s. And that's far before what we ever imagined. I think they were targeting around 2050 to get to that. We're growing, we're a net positive migration state, so we do have more East Coast people moving in on an annual basis than any other state. I guess they can't go anywhere else. They could stop off in South Australia, but they tend to sort of head straight west. So last year, for example, 94,000 families from the East Coast of Australia moved to Western Australia. The previous year, it was 80,000. And it's been a continual sort of average of around sort of 70 to 75,000 for the last 5 years. That's in part because there are jobs. There are high value, high quality, well-paid jobs in Western Australia. And there will be even more jobs through continuous shipbuilding and the AUKUS endeavour as well that are created. And we have the building blocks in place to manage and deliver large programs of work. Having done that for the Northwest Gas Shelf and also for the Pilbara iron ore sort of expansion that occurred through the mid-20s, and where we had multiple sort of investments and well over $100 billion of investment happening across a decade there. So we're used to delivering big projects, but we do need to get the message across to the East Coast. We need to have more people visit. We find when internationals visit, they understand the capability of the industry that exists there. We've got companies that are certainly getting into the submarine industrial supply base in the US, and we'll be doing that soon in the UK as well. And that's through partnerships that have been formed when the defence industry primes come. They see the capability of companies there, the skilled workforce, the opportunity to invest and partner, and they can get components built in Western Australia. But we've got to break it down from east to west coast, definitely agree. There's a lot of work to do there, and I think we can do that through looking at a national security endeavour and a national sort of defence of our country, and bring more Australians along as to what is actually the threat environment out there. People do not understand that, and we need to bring Australians along and help them to understand that it's not just the Pacific, that it is the Indian Ocean threat as well, and there is threat certainly through our sort of, our economy, through our trade routes. So I think there's a national story that needs to be told there that'll unify the country, but also help them to understand the West better.
No, thanks, Linda. That's great. Next question's for Bernard. It's about the approach with respect to defence diplomacy. Do you have different approaches for the Indian Ocean compared to the Pacific, and if so, what are they? And how do you seek to balance between those as well?
Well, look, as I think has already been mentioned, we have been focused engagement-wise on Southeast Asia, on Northeast Asia, and on the Pacific Islands for many decades, and we, I think, have well-established patterns of engagement and programs with countries in those regions. Our engagement in the Northeast Indian Ocean is less developed, and the regional architecture is less developed as well, certainly compared to Southeast Asia. So that does sort of present challenges in how we look to step up our engagement as we're doing. I think we're really trying a range of different approaches. It's to build relationships bilaterally with our key partners, both the smaller island countries, but also India as our preeminent security partner in the Indian Ocean. And it's also about trying to build that architecture and those habits of cooperation, dialogue between the countries. I mean, that takes time and patient diplomacy, but we're certainly on the case. The final thing I'd mention is we do, as is the case in Southeast Asia or the Pacific, very much try to work with other partners. So in the case of the Indian Ocean, it's working with Indonesia, it's working with Japan, with the United States, and with France, just to take a few examples, to really try and build that capacity and connection across this vitally important region.
No, thanks, Bernard. For David Brewster, are you able to talk to how other nations or the nations on the Indian Ocean rim view Australia, and if there's any difference in perception or where there's other foreign influence that maybe changes some of those perceptions?
Well, I think that's really the good news for us, because wherever I go in the Indian Ocean, it's just an open door, absolute open door, and for a whole lot of reasons, historical, geographical, Australia doesn't have the historical baggage. We're seen as a benign and useful regional partner that can diversify the relationships of Indian Ocean states. And so really the extent and depth of our engagement with most countries in the Indian Ocean region is really defined by how much resources Australia is willing to commit to those relationships. It's not, I don't really see many limitations at all coming from the other side. At the same time, I think because many of the relationships are relatively thin or nascent, a lot can be achieved with relatively few resources. We don't have to go out and be handing out expensive kit all over the place. I think there's a lot of other ways that we can develop our regional presence.
Nothing. So, Deputy Secretary, the next one's for you. Relates to the scale of infrastructure that you went through that is occurring. Just the opportunities that exist for small to medium enterprises with some of those initiatives.
Oh, fantastic question. So because we are delivering so much, we think very hard about the workforce to deliver it. And the good news is, so far, we're doing really well across the major projects. But there's a couple of things we do a little bit differently in defence infrastructure projects. We do work very hard on local business capability inclusion and Indigenous business inclusion in those projects. So on each of our major projects, we will work with the prime providers to also carve out local industry content and Indigenous content. And as we tender for those jobs, as we evaluate tenders, we're looking at that. HMO Stirling's a little bit different. We started that work because of the critical speed to delivery to achieve Surf West milestones. We reopened some of the great work already happening at Stirling. That work is now progressing well. The workforce is strong and in place. But I talked about North West Cape in particular. And as those projects roll out, there is enormous opportunity there for local businesses, small and medium businesses. If you're in the infrastructure game, we have a number of opportunities a year where we have a forum in person and online to talk through the upcoming tendering. It'll be next Monday in Canberra, so if you're in that game, we can make sure you know how to join us in that conversation.
No, fantastic, thank you. And we've got time for just one final question. I'll go to Professor Dean and then hand back to the Deputy Chief for some closing and concluding remarks. You outlined your report, you named all the challenges. Can you give us your top recommendation on how Australia should be approaching the Indian Ocean region, please?
Oh, that's actually hard to pick out one. If I definitely had to pick out one as a defence policy and a strategy guy, I would have to say AUKUS. I mean, we've had plenty of panels and discussions, one immediately before this, about the AUKUS challenge. I mean, we've got to get the funding there, we've got to get the workforce in particular sorted out, we've got to get the supply chains. Like that is our crucial, and as Celia said, it's her number one investment. You know, it's the number one, you know, the ASA is very strongly focused on that. I would put that at the very top of my list, followed closely second by what Celia was saying about places like Exmouth and Curtin. They are providing a platform for us to be able to extend our reach into the region from an ISR perspective, but all the way to ability to do strike from those capabilities. But we also have to think about the force protection of those. I mean, the force protection elements are becoming increasingly important. If you look at, for instance, other states' abilities to range the north of Australia, we are in ballistic and cruise missile range now, where we haven't been for a very long time before. And I'd point back to the CDF's comments that he made at the ASPI conference about our ability to now focus as an ADF on to conduct operations from Australia and in the defence of Australia, which is something we've not really had to think about in that way since the 1940s when we were fighting the Second World War. So it's going to create a mindset. It needs all the infrastructure to support to handle that, and it requires us stepping up. So they're the things I'd really say we have to focus on.
Oh, thanks, Peter. So I'll hand back to you.
All right, well, in the best interests of starting a watch and not being late for the Chief of Navy's closing ceremony, I will keep these brief. As I sort of opened, for our Navy, WA is a very important part, a very large part of the fleet is in the West, and that is going to grow, as we talked about. That is going to grow, the defence enterprise is going to grow, and the national focus on that part of the world is naturally tilting its gaze there as well. Our experts, I think, have helped really highlight the central position that the Indian Ocean must have in our national strategy, both now and into the future, and has rendered some really thought-provoking discussions. I'd really like to thank each of our panel members for bringing their perspectives and insights to this informative conversation, and would just ask you all for our final panel to please give a round of applause for our expert panellists.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now set up and make preparations for the closing ceremony. While this occurs, we'll be playing a primer, which is a video that'll provide and show some of the scenes for the next series of NCIS Sydney, so the Naval Criminal Investigative Service Sydney series, and that'll give you an insight into where that particular series is going Just a couple of quick administrative points. If we could just keep the front row free and this front area free, because that's where the performance will take place. So approximately 5 or so minutes. So for all those that are coming in, come down, take a seat, get yourself comfortable, enjoy the video that's about to be played. As I said, if we could keep this front area free, please, while we set up. And I'll shortly introduce the Chief of Navy to provide some closing remarks. Thank you.
Looks like a fishing boat. Port bow, 800 metres. Is there still nothing on comms?
No tracking beacon either, sir. She's riding low in the water. Thinking fish or fentanyl, sir.
Make ready to execute hostile boarding protocol, Tango Delta. Let's go find out.
Sarge, we've got some people in here. Including some US Navy flyboys.
Popular sea route, we get all sorts through here. Not a lot of Americans, I've got to say.
Evie, Deshaun, go make friends. Find out why the crew included 2 Navy pilots.
Copy that.
Confirmed IDs yet?
According to their patches, US Navy flyboys, Price and Daniels.
Cave dog tags?
No, ma'am. My medical team's nearly done. After that, they're all yours.
Thank you, sir.
No worries.
Take a deep breath for me.
How'd your psych eval go?
Crushed it.
No major revelations? Childhood traumas, daddy issues?
Historical hatred is stupid questions, but we knew that. Evie mentioned you've signed up to a dating site.
Of course you did.
Well done. Shows good intent.
Yeah, you know. It's early days, just kicking a few tires, testing the waters.
It's great. Healthy. Keep me posted.
We took off from the carrier just after dawn.
What were you flying?
EA-18 Growler, ma'am. I have the stick. Lieutenant Price is my wizzo.
And when did you first become aware you had issues?
It was maybe an hour into the flight when the whole board lit up. A few seconds later, we lost comms and nav. Lieutenant Price ran a hard reboot, but at that point, we'd suffered total avionics failure.
Must have been character building?
Yes, ma'am. 3 million square clicks ocean, and no idea where the hell you are.
We were on vapors when I spotted jungle. I initiated ejection protocol and we hit the silk. Last thing I remember was the tree canopy coming at me hard. When I came to, a group of armed men appeared. Filipinos with a handful of Indos and Malays, and they blindfolded us and drove us to a camp in the jungle.
How long did they hold you there for?
5, 6 weeks, maybe. Whole thing's a bit of a blur.
Mackie.
So how'd you guys end up in the middle of the Coral Sea?
Not too sure. One minute I was at the camp. I remember feeling a little off. Next thing I woke up in the hull of a freighter.
Freighter got a name? They tell you where they were going?
Nah. We were below deck for the first few days, but the fumes were so strong it was making us sick. So they let us hang up on deck at night.
Which is how we saw the lights.
Of the fishing boat?
Couldn't believe it. Just like that, 100 feet off the bow.
We We made sure the guards weren't watching, then we slipped over the side and started swimming.
In the dark? Must have been terrifying.
Anyone spoken to our families yet?
Something we need to be aware of?
Paul's wife's pregnant. Must be any day now.
Got it. Thank you. JD.
Yeah.
ONI just confirmed the USS Calvin Coolidge lost an EA-18 Growler over the South China Sea. Dropped clean off radar. Total mystery.
Boom. Mystery solved.
I wouldn't go that far. These guys are talking 5 or 6 weeks. The plane vanished 6 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to invite the Chief of Navy Australia, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, to the stage to provide his closing remarks and to initiate the closing ceremony that will officially close the Sea Power and Indo-Pacific Conference for 2025.
Nah, I don't want to do this. Let's keep it going. Good afternoon. I'd like to pay my respects to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. Pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and I extend this respect to all First Nations people who have served in the Australian Defence Force in peace and war, defending our nation at sea, on land and in the air. A special welcome to Jambawa Marawili, the leader of the Yithua Madapa clan on the shores of Blue Mud Bay. Our connection with you and your people remains very important to me and to everyone in the Royal Australian Navy. It is great to have you here with us this week, Jambawa. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, shipmates, my fellow chiefs and your partners that have joined you here today, family members of the Royal Australian Navy who have enabled our service for so long, esteemed colleagues, thank you so much for your attendance and support over the last few days. And thank you for joining me one last time here in the Piermont Theatre for the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. This week has been a really powerful example of integrated diplomacy, deterrence and defence in action. Over the last 3 days, we've heard from an outstanding array of guest speakers and panellists who've explored topics of great importance to our maritime, economic and national security, to our island home, and to the security and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region. Leaders of Australian business that drive our national economy have joined us on this stage to speak of the importance of maritime security to their industries. They have reminded us that our national economy is underwritten by access to the sea, for trade, and for the seabed cables that keep us connected to the Internet of Things and the international financial system. We've spoken candidly about the challenges that confront all maritime nations in a region whose waters are more contested now than they have been at any other time since the end of the Second World War. Indeed, we have discussed the challenges of maintaining the rules-based system against the backdrop of development of a new power-based system. It has perhaps never been clearer that success in our mission requires unity of purpose and effort across Navy, the Australian Defence Force, the entire defence industry, other government departments and agencies, and most importantly, with our allies and our partners. Our government's unprecedented investment in growing the size and lethality of our future Navy is driven by the strategic circumstances of our time and the fact that access to the seas is an existential issue for our three-ocean island trading nation. The sea is a part of our national identity. It is interwoven through the pages of our history books. It has shaped our story from the very beginning, because Australia has always been a maritime nation.
last words are attempting to sleep. When the bar is open, it's warm in a seat. Now you're flying, really flying 1,000 miles away, 1,000 miles away. Working for yourself sometimes ain't all that it's cracked up to be. It can be as lonely as the top as at the bottom of that corporate tree. I'm told I'm going places you can't say. I might arrive, but I'm gone the very next day. I must be on my way. 1,000 miles away. Now you're flying, but right now I've got no time for yesterday. Really flying, yesterday's 1,000 miles away. 1,000 miles away. 1,000 miles away. Exactly you were trying to say. Really flying, yes I was 1,000 miles away.
The officers and sailors of our Navy have served Australia with distinction for 125 years.
Protecting our nation's economic and maritime security.
Serving at sea and ashore throughout the Indo-Pacific and across the globe.
In peace, competition, crisis, conflict, and in response to natural disasters.
Building relationships with neighbours, friends and fellow mariners from across the region and around the world.
My heart is Australia. We are bound by land and sea. Though I travel far across the ocean, it will never forget me. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me. My island home, my island home, my island home is waiting for me.
In 2026, the Royal Australian Navy will hold a series of events and activities around the nation to commemorate and celebrate the 125th anniversary of the formation of the Commonwealth Naval Forces, which later became the Royal Australian Navy. I look forward to welcoming you all to Sydney in March next year for an international fleet review and other activities held to mark the occasion. Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Indo-Pacific Sea Power Conference. To our visitors from overseas, I wish you fair winds and following seas, and we look forward to welcoming you back to Australia in the future. Please join me in giving Tracy and the band one last round of applause. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's formalities. So have a lovely evening, have safe travels home, and as Chief of Navy said, we look forward to seeing you here hopefully next year. Thank you very much.
The street, he's got a need he just can't beat.